We are going to go ahead and start this special city council meeting. Welcome. Welcome to the chamber where heat goes on. It gets hot. I hope you all have your little fans. You don't have one?
There's one, just pass it down.
Okay. I'll call this meeting to order. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Mayor Davila,
Present.
Vice Mayor Barron,
Present.
Councilmember Avalos,
Present.
Councilmember Hurtado,
Present.
Councilmember Rios, City Treasurer de La Paz,
Present.
City Manager Houston,
Present.
City Attorney Salinas.
He's on his way. He's coming. Okay, so at this time we have item number 1.
Conference with legal counsel pending litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9A, 54954.9B3C, A. J. Tran versus City of Southgate et al. Item number 2, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. Agency representation is Rob Houston, our city manager, and unrepresented employees is top management department directors and hourly employees. Employee organizations are Southgate MEA, Southgate PMMA, Southgate DMA, Southgate PMA, and Southgate POA. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have anything else to add? Okay, so at this time, I'm going to open it to the audience. Anyone in the audience who would like to speak on these 2 items, please come forward. This is on negotiations and J-Tran. Can you make sure it's on, please? There it goes. There you go.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Joanna Monterosa, a city employee and vice president of the Professional Mid-Management Association, and with me is Osi Harrell. On behalf of the PMMA, we extend our continued commitment to the city of Southgate and its residents during this challenging fiscal period. As dedicated public servants, we recognize the significant economic pressures the city is currently facing and appreciate the difficult decisions that lie ahead. Southgate employees are the backbone of the day-to-day city operations. Our institutional knowledge on how the city operates enables us to provide continuity and professional expertise across all departments, all while we continue to lose employees to neighboring cities with higher compensation. We are loyal to the Southgate community because we take pride in supporting the delivery of essential services, and it's contributing to the efficiency and effectiveness of city governance. While we understand the importance of fiscal responsibility, we respectfully urge you to consider a balanced approach in addressing the budget shortfalls. We ask that council decisions, particularly those related to staffing, compensation, and department resources, be made with full consideration of the impact on active labor discussions. The outcomes of these negotiations will have long-term consequences for employee morale, recruitment, and retention. Our members are already carrying increasing workloads as vacancies remain unfilled and departments are tasked with doing more with less. It is precisely now, during such times, that clear, good faith engagement is needed most. Any proposed cost-saving measures should be transparent and equitable across all employees, from the top to the bottom. It is in all of our best interests to explore creative and sustainable alternatives. We are committed to being part of the solution and request that the city engage our union leadership in open dialogue as decisions are made. As always, our association remains ready to work collaboratively with city leadership to navigate these fiscal difficulties with integrity, fairness, and shared commitment in public service. We thank you for your continued partnership and stand ready to support a thoughtful and inclusive path forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
Morning, guys. So we wrote down.
Can you
a
please
scene-
state your name?
Yes. Arturo Macias. We're representing the Police Officers Association
of the police department. We wrote something down, and I feel like we had to write this down because we were at the LA riots last night, and it's been a long day for us. So I actually took the day off. My partner did too, and we're here today just for the city council meeting.
Thank you.
So I'd like to thank everyone of the city council, city mayor. Thank you for allowing us to come up here and talk. I'm gonna read this what we have here, okay? I want to begin by recognizing the difficult financial position of the city, how it finds itself today. We understand that the budget outlook presents tough choices, and we do not take that lightly. However, even in the midst of this challenge, we believe now is the time to stand firm in support of the people who continue to carry this city forward, its employees. Our officers are working tirelessly to keep City of Southgate safe. They're doing more with less, putting in long hours, often under mandatory overtime, sacrificing personnel time to ensure the public safety is protected 24/7. And just like crime does not take a break, neither do our officers. May I remind you, our officers worked tirelessly throughout the COVID pandemic, putting themselves and the health of their families at risk. These same officers work over 16-hour shifts multiple times, and social media auditors were protesting at City Hall and in front of your homes. Our officers have always responded who called upon. Just to put in perspective of how many hours and how many radio calls we received in 2023, the department received 45,536 calls for service, which average about 125 calls per day. For reference, based upon available data online, the city of Downey, they received 46,893 calls for service in 2023. The city of Southgate is about 7.4 square miles, while the city of Downey is about 12.41 square miles. Despite the growing demands, we are struggling to retain personnel, talented and experienced. Officers are leaving for neighboring cities, offering more competitive compensation and better work-life balance. This ongoing attrition is not only costly, but also compromises the stability and strength of our public safety efforts. Because of our inability to retain officers, our officers are forced to work mandatory overtime in order to keep safely patrolling the cities. In the last 2 years, our department has lost 10 experienced officers to other departments. The number 10 may sound like a little, but for the size of our department, that's 2 fully staffed patrol teams. We believe the right thing to do, both morally and strategically, is to prioritize those who keep the city running. Investing in our employees is not a luxury, it's a necessity. Retaining dedicated staff, compensating them fairly, and recognizing their sacrifice will only help strengthen the foundation of the city of Southgate. Needs to weather tough times and eventually prosper. I would also like to remind you that this same council voted unanimously to give yourselves raises last year because, like us, we wanted to be compensated fairly. We're not only asking for more what's fair, we're simply asking for a partnership. A partnership where the hard work of city employees is valued and their future is not an afterthought, but a priority. We trust that you, the city members, will do the right thing, not just for today, but for the long-term health, safety, and of our city. Let us make the decision necessary to keep the city of Southgate afloat and moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Remember, you guys have 3 minutes, okay? Just for courtesy, I'll let you guys, continue with your, 'cause,
Yeah, I'm not gonna bash you guys over the head,
Okay.
Madam Council,
Go ahead.
Madam Mayor. I know you guys get it a lot online. So, my name is Brandon Williams. I'm president of MEA, your largest association here. Um, and over the past few years, we've had different council members here that probably decided that a utility tax wasn't useful for the city of Southgate residents. But we allowed all the cities and surrounding cities to surpass us by having this utility tax and having the revenue to be able to pay staff, to be able to take care of the infrastructure here in their cities. And we need to do the same thing here in the city of Southgate. As you can see behind me, I don't think I have any recollection of any of the associations really getting together before in the past. And I've been contacted by the Police Association, by PMMA, by POA, by DMA to let you guys know that we're all standing together in solidarity here. That, we looked at the cost of living, we looked at CPI, and we looked at our members, and we said to them that, hey, we need to be honest. We need to be transparent with ourselves, and we need to come together with an idea of what we can present to the city. And I think we've done just that in our offers and our counter offers to the city. So I just want to let you guys know that I represent your electricians, your water department, your parks department, your engineers. Most of your clerical staff here are in my association. So these are members that some are newer, but most are tenured members that have been here working hard for the city for a number of years and deserve, to go out and be able to provide for their families. And they would love to do that here in the city and continue to do that in the city like they've done in the past. I know you'll hear in some future council meetings about vacant positions. There's a ton of vacancies here. You've heard it from the other two associations that came up here to speak. We're being told to do more with less. Do more with less people. So that's what we've been told. That's the message that we've been getting from our leadership, and we've been carrying that brunt. Sometimes things like that happen, and we all understand that it's a temporary thing. But when it goes on 2, 3 years, 4 years of having the staffing levels that you have, or making small increments and increases to staff, it just puts a lot of pressure and a lot of weight on the staff that's already here. So I just want you guys to really know that we're working hard. We're being diligent and doing what we need to do out on the streets and taking care of the city. And we hope that you understand that what we think we're asking for isn't a big ask. It's just to help people in their day-to-day lives and continue to work hard for the city of Southgate. So, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience? No, then I'm going to close the audience. Do we have any emails?
No emails, Madam Mayor.
No emails. Okay, so with that, thank you all of you for being here. We really appreciate hearing from you. And so with that, we're going to close session. Thank you. Just very quick, I'm going to make the announcement for the Spanish translation. Si hay personas que necesitan traducción en español, tenemos audífonos. Si alguien necesita traducción, levanten su mano para que se les dé un audífono. Okay, I don't see any. Thank you. Okay, we're just waiting for our city attorney and two of our council members. Yes, it feels better. Okay. Are we ready, city attorney? All right, we're ready to come back from closed session. City attorney?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. We have one case of pending litigation, J. Tran versus City of Southgate. This has to do with the storing of a vehicle after Ms. Tran was arrested for an outstanding warrant. There's a claim made over damage caused as a result of the storing of that vehicle on a motion made by Councilmember Avalos and seconded by Councilmember Hurtado on a vote of 5-0. City Council moved to authorize the defense of that by the city attorney. On item number 2, conference with labor negotiator, the City Council received a presentation by the city manager, Rob Houston, involving each of the 5 employee organizations that are listed on the agenda, the MEA, the PMMA, the DMA, the Southgate Police Management Association, and the Southgate Police Officers Association. Upon completion of that presentation, guidance was given, but there's no reportable action taken. That completes my report, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you, city attorney. So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and open it again to the audience. Anyone?
Chingus Dominguez, resident of Southgate. I'm going to hit on 2, conference with labor negotiator. Okay, so we're living in a ripoff city, folks. Council members, you need to stop with these pay increases and salary increases to these city hall employees that we have here. I mean, earlier this year, you voted and approved to increase the salary for our city manager here, fucked up city manager, and now he's making over $300,000 a year in salary. Why? Why would you do that? I mean, 1 year on the job and already you're opening the books and handing over, a pay increase to the city manager. Make them earn it. Make them work 2.5 years. I mean, who else gets a pay increase after 1 year on the job? I mean, to me, that's a hustle right there. And I think it was, what was it, last week? I forget when it was. You had like a 3-hour special city council meeting. So I'm just curious as to what kind of hustle and con job you pulled on us with these labor negotiations. How much are you guys milking us for to pay for these salary increases? Now, Mr. Salinas, I don't know about state law. I don't know shit about the state law, but I'm pretty sure that there's no law in the books that requires cities and municipalities to pay their city hall employees annual percentage increases, percentage salaries. If I'm wrong, please correct me, sir. But you're not required to habitually acquiesce to the demands of city hall unions and just automatically give them a pay increase. This is absurd here. We're going to end up you're going to end up busting the city. And what I resent, we're going to face, whether or not we're going to implement a utility users tax. I don't want to see that money go towards the enrichment of city hall employees. I mean, our streets look like trash. I want us to be able to take on big projects. You have an abandoned city hall building next to, an abandoned city-owned building right next to our city hall. Whatever happened to the $6 million that you guys took out from the general fund in 2022 when Denise Diaz was on the council. I mean, I haven't seen you do a lick of work with that building. And, they're investigating Huntington Park for that, hustle with that swim stadium of theirs. I think there needs to be an investigation here with our, city hall council members. I mean, $6 million from the general fund, and poof, it just vanished. And still not a lick of work has been done with that courthouse building. So yes, stop with these payoffs and percentage increase to city hall employees, and focus on us and the things that we would like to have for our city. Rip off city, folks. One last statement, Mayor. We didn't elect a president in 2024. Now, what we got is a fucking tyrant. Fuck that puto and his whole fucked up administration. That's all.
Anyone else? Anyone else? This is for closed session items, so pretty soon we're gonna start the regular meeting. Anyone else? Then I'm gonna close, and we have no emails. So can I get a motion to adjourn? Had a motion and a second. We are adjourned. Thank you. Okay, so we'll move on now to our regular city council meeting. And can I get invocation, Stephen Cosley, Pledge of Allegiance, our city treasurer, Jose de la Paz. Please stand.
Please bow your heads with me. Heavenly Father, we just thank you for this day and all that you do provide for us, Lord. We ask for your wisdom today, Lord, on all the matters decided here for both the council and the public. We ask, Lord, also for your special protection of our police officers in the field and for all those officers dealing with different items throughout the year. We thank you, Lord, for all you provide for us. In your Son's holy name, amen.
Please face the flag, put your right hand over your heart, and repeat after me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Mayor Davila,
Present.
Vice Mayor Barron,
Present.
Councilmember Avalos,
Present.
Councilmember Hurtado,
Present.
Councilmember Rios,
Present.
City Treasurer De La Paz,
Present.
City Manager Houston,
Present.
City Attorney Salinas.
Present, thank you.
Okay. So with that, we're going to start with comments from the audience.
Conceptually, the thought was because we don't have any public hearings, that the next item would be comments from the audience on non-agendized items.
Non-agenda. Thank you. Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Okay, so council members, I would like for you to put an item on the agenda to make a change to municipal code pertaining to public information requests and public records requests. So I asked Ms. Glaze if she could put together the 460 and 700 forms so I could take a look at the campaign contributions to the council members that ran last year, so I could see what the hell chicken shit Buckley and scumbag Mussolini are talking about. They're getting money and profiting from these campaign donors. And so they put together the information, and I get an email from Raquel Larios telling me, it's all put together. It's going to cost $38 and something cents. So I asked Ms. Glaze, why do I have to pay this bullshit fee? And she reads to me the municipal code, that it's in the municipal code. I said, well, how do we change this so you can email me the shit and I don't have to pay this bullshit fee? It says, well, you have to change the municipal code. So I get a hold of the city clerk of Linwood, Maria Quinones, the city clerk of Downey, Alicia Duarte, the city clerk of Cudahy, Richard Iglesias, the city clerk of Huntington Park, Eduardo Sarmiento, and I asked all of them, so what is the policy for when it comes to public information requests, public records requests, can the residents get this stuff emailed to them pro bono? And all of them said yes. However, if they want a paper document in a paper document form, they have to pay the fee. For us, it's 29 cents per page. And I forget what it is for each city. It varies the fee. I don't know how many, cents per page. So council members, I'm asking you to do for us what other cities do for their residents. Have us be in line with Cudahy, with Downey, with Linwood, with Huntington Park. Their residents don't have to pay this bullshit fee if they want these public information requests sent to them via email. Yet here in Shitgate, like I've been saying all along, rip-off city, folks, another means of you all ripping us off. And what does this say about the former city clerk, Carmen Avalos? Was she just another scumbag city hall official, just as, what's his name? Henry Gonzalez, Jorge Morales, Denise Diaz, and Bill DeWitt. All these city council members, think of all these years you've been ripping us off, hustling us, this graft of yours, and scumbag Mussolini and chicken shit Buckley, they keep coming up with all these bullshit lies about the council members. They don't need to invent shit. If they were really smart, they would have figured this out years ago. So council members, please put the item on the agenda so that we can address this and correct this matter, and so we don't have to pay these bullshit fees and have this information sent to us via email. This has to happen. Thank you.
Next, please.
Good evening, Council. Lisette Ruiz on Kaufman Avenue. Tonight I'm here to plead with you all and thank you guys for speaking out and being involved in meetings with different government officials from the state regarding the ICE raids that have been happening in our region. As I've said before, this is something that is dear to my heart. I know it's dear to many of us, of our hearts, as we all know or have family that are immigrants. And so I'm here to plead with you guys to really communicate with the community what is happening, what we know, what we can do, and to plead with the police department to work with the community to keep your stands on not working with ICE and to really make that visible, because there were sightings of a big armored vehicle behind Tweedy over the weekend, and I don't think that was a good a good move, a good tactic during these times. I think it's crucial that we keep the relationship that we've worked hard to build with the police department here in Southgate. They've been very involved in our community. And even I, as somebody who grew up very active in the local active community as an organizer during the 2000 protests at the DNC, I've had a lot of terrible experiences with police, especially in the Rampart division. I don't know if you guys remember that scandal, but and so it took me a lot to work with our police, because they've made that effort. They haven't let me down, and I would hate to see those relationships ruined during these crucial times. And I also want to ask if there are any mutual aid thoughts. I really do see and fear that these actions are going to negatively impact our businesses. This weekend, the restaurant I frequent was completely empty of patrons and staff. I don't know how bad that was throughout the city, but I don't know how long it's gonna last, but this is definitely gonna have an economic hit. The last thing I wanna mention, I have to leave and pick up my baby from the grandma's house, but regarding the budget, I think it would have been better to have that as a hearing early on in the meeting. And moving forward, I think that needs to be more publicized, because it does have a big impact in our community. And thank you guys.
Thank you. Next. Okay, thank you. Next.
Good evening, Francisco Gallegos. I live on Otis Street. That's a little bit of a tough act to follow, because I agree with that. But anyway, I'm here to talk and to see if you guys will listen again about my concerns about illegal fireworks in this community. I've been here since January. The chief of police has mentioned that this has been a problem in Southgate for years and years and years. I agree with him. I've lived here 50 years. But the problem is that it's getting worse. So the illegal fireworks that we're seeing now are extremely dangerous. I know that some of you up there live in Southgate. I'm not sure. So I can't imagine that you guys live in this city and not feel a little bit of concern about the citizens, about the stuff that happens on 4th of July. I don't like 4th of July anymore. I used to, but I'm fearful that my house is going to burn down. You know, I have to make sure that it's watered down, you know, batten down the hatches, make sure everything, you know, my pets are all inside. It's terrible. If my house burns down, do you think my insurance company is going to pay my house right away? I'm probably going to be homeless. I paid for that house for 30 years of hard work, going up in smoke. The chief of police has said there's no way in the world we have enough police officers, you know, to cite everybody. That's true. We don't have enough police officers. I've been saying that forever. The last time I asked, it looks like we're hiring nothing but the best. I don't know where we're at in hiring. For a community like ours, with elderly people, with so many children, we need at least 20 patrol officers. I think we have 7. I know one that left because he was offered more money at another, you know, community. So my thing is, where is the money going? Is like, are you not putting public safety into account in that? Do you not, you know, see that the community is getting worse and worse because of the lack of policing? At the very least, if you're unwilling to make fireworks illegal in Southgate, because I know that's going to be, it's just not going to happen. I know that you guys get money for these stands that sell sane fireworks, but that's not what we're seeing for the 4th of July. At the very least, I want to see some progress in upping the fines. Some communities, you know, first offense is $2,000, second offense $3,000, third offense $5,000. Make people understand that this is serious. You know, so I'll continue to come and see if I see any progress in this.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Rubén Pichardo
Good evening. My name is Ruben Pichardo,
y soy un residente de Southgate por muchos años.
and I've been a resident of Southgate for many years.
Vengo aquí a aclarar las mentiras que el señor, el vicemayor Joshua Barrón, dijo en la última meeting de mí. de mi
I am
persona.
here to clarify some comments that were said last meeting.
Y le quiero decir que es un mentiroso.
I
Y
want to
aquí
say that
tengo
he's a
pruebas
liar,
para enseñarle que es un mentiroso.
and I have the evidence here
Ok.
to prove it.
En primer lugar, él nunca habló conmigo
First of all, he never spoke with me,
y nunca se presentó a las citas que hicimos él con mi hijo y yo.
and he never showed up to the appointments we had scheduled.
Entonces, él nunca habló con nosotros, él habló con mi hijo por teléfono.
He never spoke with us, but he only spoke with my son on the phone.
Entonces, te quiero preguntar cómo es posible que puedas decir tantas mentiras
So I want to ask you, how is it possible that you
hablaste-
could say so many lies
si tú nunca hablaste con nosotros.
if you never spoke with us?
Yo te pedí yo nunca te pedí, no te rías porque esto es not a joke. Esto no es
Don't
un
laugh
joke, ¿ok?
because this is not a joke.
Es real. Y aquí te lo pruebo. A cualquier momento que tú quieras te lo pruebo.
And this is
que eres un
evidence right here.
mentiroso. ¿Ok? Eso no me gusta porque no eres transparente.
I don't like this because
Y
you're
si no
not
te gusta,
transparent.
levántate y vete.
If you don't like it, then get up and leave.
Hay que ser transparentes y decir la verdad.
Let's be
Seguir
transparent
lo que dicen las
and
reglas.
say the truth.
¿Ok? Entonces, como te decía, ¿cómo puedes tú decir
As I was saying, how can
que
you
yo te
say
pedí un favor
that I asked you for a
y tú
favor
nunca hablaste conmigo
if
o
you
con
never
mi hijo?
spoke with me or my
Nunca
son?
te presentaste
You never showed
a
up
las citas que hicimos.
to the appointments we had
Okay.
scheduled.
Acuérdense cuántas veces yo estuve aquí.
Remember how many times I
Por
was
favor,
here?
usted le puede decir a él, yo me voy a necesitar más tiempo, ¿ok? Porque él se está burlando de mí.
Nada más tiene 6 minutos.
No, es que él se está burlando de
I'm
mí.
gonna
Nada
need
más
more
tienes
time
6
because he's
minutos.
making fun of
No
me.
es justo que se esté burlando.
It's not
Okay.
fair that he's making fun of me.
Ok. Entonces, acuérdense cuántas veces yo estuve aquí
Remember how many
pidiéndoles
times I was here
a ustedes, a todos ustedes,
and I
que
spoke
me
with all of you
enseñaran un code donde dijera que yo no podía tener la trailer en mi casa.
for you to raise a code where I could not have the items that I had
Hasta
in my
este
home.
momento, ya hace casi un año, hasta este momento,
Up to this point,
nunca me lo han presentado.
you've never shown me such a code.
¿Ok? Nunca, nunca de los nunca.
Never, never.
Entonces, si ustedes me enseñan un
Therefore,
código válido que diga,
If you show me a
señor
code that's
Pichardo,
valid,
aquí está el code.
this is
Dice
the
que usted
code.
no puede tener una utility trailer.
You cannot have a utility truck.
Yo la muevo sin ningún problema.
Then okay,
Ah,
no problem.
ok. Entonces, señor Barrón, no seas tan mentiroso, por favor.
Then Mr. Barron, please don't be
A
such a
otra
liar.
cosa, ese
Another
banner
thing.
que tú dices, que viste allá, no dice lo que tú dices.
The banner that you say that you saw back
Vete al
there
video
doesn't say what you said that it said,
de la junta anterior.
the
Ahí
last
nunca
meeting.
dice que corruptos concejales,
It didn't
como tú lo
say
mencionas,
corrupt council.
¿ok? Pero si te queda el saco, póntelo,
But if the,
póntelo, te vas a ver muy bien.
if the shoe fits, go ahead and wear it. You're going to look good.
Entonces, si tú le echas mentiras a tu familia, allá es tu problema.
So
allá
if you lie to your
es-
family, that's
es
your
tu propio
problem.
problema. Pero no vengas aquí a echar mentiras a la
But
comunidad,
don't come here and lie to the people
porque todo lo que dijiste son puras mentiras.
because everything you said is a lie,
Puras mentiras.
all lies.
Y te debería de dar vergüenza por ser
And
tan
you should be
mentiroso,
ashamed.
¿ok? Ahora, el concejal Hurtado me dijo
Councilmember Hurtado said
que no ganaría nada, que a mí nunca me ganan. Pero yo no es de ganar o perder, no se trata de eso.
he said that I would never win, and I think that this is not about winning or losing.
Se
It's not about
trata
that.
de ir con las reglas, con los códigos de
It's
la
about
ciudad,
following the rules, going by the codes,
y ser transparente.
and being
Y como
transparent.
te vuelvo a repetir, aquí tengo las pruebas.
And as I
Si
said,
tú las
I
quieres
have the
ver,
evidence right here,
aquí están las pruebas cuando quieras. Cuando
whenever
quieras,
you want.
¿ok? Y quiero darle las gracias personalmente, y ya que abriste ese caso, a
And
la
I want to
señora Ábalos,
personally
a la
thank
senadora Ábalos. Ella sí asistió a mi
Councilmember
meeting.
Avalos.
Ella sí fue transparente.
She was
Y
transparent.
pregúntale a ella si en algún momento
And
a
ask
alguno
her
de ustedes yo le pregunté por un favor, como tú dices.
If at any point I
Atrás de
ask
la
for any
puerta.
favors, like you say.
Yo nunca les pedí un favor. Yo lo que les pedía que fuera
I never
transparente
asked for a favor,
y que se pegaran a los códigos de la ciudad.
and I only asked
todo
to
lo que-
abide by the codes.
Entonces yo estoy muy agradecido con la señora Ábalos. y
I
le
am
doy-
very
le
thankful
doy
to Councilmember
mis
Avalos,
gracias
and I'm
y mis respetos, porque ella
thanking
sí se
her
presentó al tiempo que nos dijo que iba a estar ahí. Aquí estuvo.
in my utmost
Y
respect
pregúntale
because
ahí
she
otra
showed up
vez
to the appointment that we had scheduled,
si yo en alguna ocasión le pregunté que me hiciera un favor, como tú dices.
and ask her if I ever asked for a favor, like you say.
Por eso te digo que eres un mentiroso.
And
Y
that's
te
why
lo
I'm saying
demuestro.
that you're a liar.
Te lo demuestro donde quieras, aquí, allá afuera y donde sea.
And I'll
Te lo
prove it to
demuestro
you anywhere
con estos papeles. De ustedes
with this
mismos, de la
evidence.
ciudad del señor Houston.
All these
City manager,
documents from you all here at the city.
Todo aquí está.
It's all here.
¿Ok? Entonces, muchas gracias, señor Ábalos. Mis
Thank you,
respetos.
Councilmember
Tiene mi
Avalos,
voto
You
y
have my
adelante.
vote.
Siga con las cosas buenas para la ciudad.
and move forward with all the good things for the city.
Yo no podría decirle más nada, más que muchas gracias.
I could not say
Si
anything
algún
else other
momento
than
uno de
I'm
ellos les
grateful.
pregunta, díganle la verdad, es la verdad. Yo nunca les pregunto.
Go ahead and just tell them the truth. I never asked for a favor.
Y quiero otra cosa, quiero que me digan cuál es el número del código
One more thing,
948030C1.
what's the name of the
Sácamelo.
code?
Gracias por
Sácamelo.
sus comentarios.
Sácamelo.
Thank you for your comments,
Ok.
but your time is
Lo
up.
espero, te espero, te voy a dar 2 meses. Te espero con este código.
Thank you, Mr.
Búscalo,
Pichardo.
pon a tu city manager y a todos tus empleados que estás tú orgulloso de ellos.
Su tiempo
Put it
se
to
le
work, Put
terminó.
it to work. Put everybody to work. ¿Ok?
Next speaker, please.
Yeah. Hello, my name is Javier. I'm a Southgate resident. I mean, I just want to piggyback off of the residents' comment. I also think that it's kind of absurd. It's unprofessional, and it's also condescending for Vice Mayor Barron to be up here and smiling at the resident and kind of laughing and making fun of his comments because he's quite serious about everything that he's stating. And I'd also like to just agree with how he feels about the vice mayor. I also agree with him. I think that the vice mayor is quite unprofessional. I think that he likes to smirk and laugh and not take things seriously, just like the council member Avalos. I think she's an example of a council member, and I don't know her. It's just from what I've seen coming to these city council meetings for the last 8 months. But anyways, moving on to the topic that I was going to speak about here, I just want to ensure that, or really just ask for clarification on the city stance in case, ICE or Border Patrol decides to show up to any of the elementary schools, middle schools, high schools, colleges, especially throughout these graduations, culminations, or any ceremonies where parents can be unexpectedly, confronted by ICE and having to go through the process and all that. I just want to know if there's anything in place that the city has done, or if they have a plan in action. Just because most recently ICE and the Border Patrol was in the city of Huntington Park at this Huntington Park High School, and they were they were trying to interfere with parents and with family members of the students that were there graduating, celebrating something really, really, important to them as a family unit. And we have federal officials showing up to the schools, interfering and really catfishing the community and arresting them. And, I just want to know what we're doing as a city to kind of assist the schools in that and that nature. I know that the LAUSD or Huntington Park, I think it's LAUSD that said that they were going to send their school patrol or the school units, police department to ensure that none of that happened. I just want to make sure that that is also happening in our community, because I can't find the right words to say it here, but I don't think it's okay that, ICE or the Border Patrol is going into those ceremonies. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Osvaldo Pichardo. I live on San Gabriel. I'm here today to clarify the false statements made by Vice Mayor at the last council meeting, since I was one advocating for my father and the one who spoke directly to the Vice Mayor. First of all, Vice Mayor, for you to slander my father and lie about the conversations we had is unacceptable. Not once did I ask you for a favor, or anyone up there. The only reason I asked city officials to intervene was because code enforcement wasn't following protocol. We were fully compliant with every municipal code up until the utility trailer. You claim there's a process with code enforcement. Does that process include misinterpretation of codes, selective enforcement, harassment, inconsistencies, and violating our due process? On November 9th, Meredith mentioned she couldn't defend her employees that they were using the wrong codes and had dismissed our citations, but she was fired. And code enforcement continued with the violations. Did you share that with your family, Joshua? If I recall correctly, Vice Mayor, you said city employees are allowed to make mistakes. And that's the reason why I was disappointed with our conversation. You also mentioned that code enforcement officers aren't out there giving resident citations or fines. Yet we received a citation and it was doubled. You said the banner made you sad. So let me ask you, were you sad that I was exercising my First Amendment rights? I also hear people talk about misinformation, yet you decide to twist what actually the banner said. On May 9th, I received a link for a survey regarding a recall. Are you really claiming that in just 2 council meetings, May 13 and May 27, I somehow managed to spread that link to all these people? For the record, we've been attending every meeting since October 2024, not just the ones you labeled as big meetings. Now that I know the Vice Mayor is comfortable making false claims, I want to ask you, Hurtado, are you going to go around calling him a pinche mentiroso, the same way you told me about Councilwoman Avalos? I believe your exact words were, if she loses, there's no one's going to be out here to help you. She tried to order furniture and lied, pinche mentirosa. That was a trunk or treat before the elections, or around the election time. And Hurtado, you recently made a post about people's rights and holding officers accountable. What about your code enforcement officers? Are you going to hold them accountable for violating our rights? Councilwoman Avalos is the only one that sat down with us for hours, not just once, but twice. I felt she was unbiased and went through our documents and actually listened to our side. So if you really want to know what happened, ask her. She knows the facts. And lastly, I want to put this on record. If the slander continues or there's any repercussions from any of this, I will hold everyone on that dais accountable. And the next time you speak about the Pichardos, we'll be in closed session. Thank you.
My name is Alice. I'm a resident of Southgate. My family have been residents and have had businesses here since 1967. I'm probably the oldest resident. Unfortunately, Mr. DeWitt and Mr. Gonzalez are both gone. And this is the first one I've attended in person since before the pandemic. Watched it all on YouTube and Zoom. And it's gotten where the vitriol I have heard regarding a couple of the members of the council, from a couple of the people that come here, that just, all they do is scream at you, and for some reason they've got this hatred and accusing you of fraud. And I know, because like I said, my family's been here since '67 in the city of Southgate from Huntington Park. Ms. Davila, you were very, very, one of the people that got rid of the actual fraudsters. I mean, maybe a lot of these people here have never heard of Mr. Robles, but, you know, and so I know what you have done, and for some reason, I listened to a couple of the people from the community who seem to not know about it, or now they see, and believe me, I didn't vote for all of you because there was a couple here that but I wouldn't accuse you of fraud unless I knew there was something going on or really suspected it. And I think people, when they come up here, should show a little more respect, not just stand here and scream at you. I wouldn't have your job. But the only complaint I might have is with the Parks Department. I have been trying for years, and this was even before the pandemic. The former head of the parks, the present one, doesn't get done. You have a program for weight control meetings. I can't get in. Why? Because it's only in Spanish. And now I know that if you had a whole group of people that only spoke English and you had one person that spoke Spanish, you'd bend over backwards to get somebody in there for that person. But since the rest of the meeting is, the people are all in English, you only have maybe one or two people or three that would like these meetings conducted in English on another day or later. I can't do it. So this has been going on even with your previous parks director, but you know, it's a minor thing. And I've got to say kudos to our police department. When I've needed them, like I said, I've been here for many, many, many years. They've always been there and responded. You know, they've always been really great. And
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Alice, what is your last name? Last name? Good. Alice.
Cecilia Caballero, un placer. This is my city, so I'm so embarrassed. This is the first time I ever come to a city council meeting. Since I was like 7, I lived here. Sorry about that. So part of my city, I know El Rios, Davila, of course, a lot of people, the chief, amazing. And we work together. I own a company for books, multilingual books for children about social emotional. And we've been in the radio lately because of our community. We've been going on the radio yesterday, today, last week, about how to bring hope to our families and our children. I'm an immigrant. I'm not from here. And I'm not a criminal, right? I turned out okay. So today I'm here to talk about, of course, what we could do together. And hearing the other people, I can see where they could get frustrated sometimes, and it could come to the heated conversation that they are. And I am military, right? I love my city. I love everything. And I do thank you for what you do. And I ask you to, in the future, continue, the community and community what you do with our city, with our schools. I did find it a little bit disrespectful. Baron, I never met you before, but I also know that when I get nervous, I smile. So I don't know what's going on, but if it's possible, I like to fix things. I'm a teacher. I'm a college professor, and I would like, if possible, to fix whatever's going on with the residents because everyone matters. And I trust you. I speak fondly of you. And the reason that I came today, of course, is all this. I want to talk to you, Chief, about doing a book event again. That's why I came. But more importantly, beyond that, I got a call from one of my close friends that I love a lot. And he mentioned we're doing a literacy festival this summer in all of our cities, in Southgate, of course, in Linwood, in Compton, in Cudahy. We're going to do Boyle Heights. And we're trying to bring free books to the community. And in that process, I called one of my close friends that works for the city of Bell. I know the Arroyo there, I know Soto from Linwood, which is where I lived for a long time. And it came to my attention that one of the people that has been really collaborating for the books was doing a Pride Festival here in Southgate and got turned down. And the reason I came today was to support him. But without him, I wouldn't ever come to a meeting here today. But I'm glad that I came, and I see you beautiful smiling faces. And I just ask that whenever a person from the city or from other cities comes, that we try our best to remedy the problem, if possible, with a serious face. Because if we smile at them, they think we're making fun, even though it could be not that, right? So I like to make eye contact, and I see smiles. I'm hoping they're kind smiles, right? But at this point, I just want to say thank you for everything, and I'm grateful that the Pride Festival is back because Balloon Books is going to do a literacy festival in collaboration with them. So thank you for that, for bringing them back.
Thank you.
Always get nervous. Good evening, everyone. My name is Adolfo Vargas. I am a proud resident here in this beautiful community in this city that I call my home. As you guys seen me grow in my community of advocating for my LGBT plus community, it's alarming to see this type of initiatives going around in some other communities, especially when it comes to the Trump administration. I was blessed enough to be able to be a keynote speaker at a graduation in the beautiful city of Bao, to be able to support our future and our community, to support love, unity, and lifting up of one another. It took me almost 5 years to advocate for my LGBTQ plus community to declare the month of June to be Pride Month. Personally, I thought I was going crazy thinking maybe in the month of May they did the proclamation. Usually around this time, the city declares as Pride Month to be June. Regrettably, I don't see it on the agenda. I believe in my community. I established a Pride Festival that shows unity, love, education, and resources. You don't see straight people getting kicked out for being straight. You don't see straight people getting bullied because they were straight. You don't see straight people getting murdered, getting jumped, just because they're part of my community. And especially during these troubling times, we need unification. At the end of the day, I will say this. Out of all this council, the only person that ever returned my phone calls, ever messaged me was Pilar. It was brought to my attention that she's having your mother's not doing so well, which I will pray for her. Thank you, Pilar. I appreciate you taking the time and effort of supporting something that means more than what we can understand. I want to thank every elected official throughout the Southeast Los Angeles region, multiple different cities reaching out, wanting my Pride Festival. I want it here in my city because I live in this city. Davila, we made history. We marched with Congresswoman Nat Barrigan, Senator Lena Gonzalez's staff. Let's not forget why we have this. And I really hope today, City Clerk, that you will read the emails and not choose which emails not to read and to give a summary. I believe in transparency and accountability. I voted for you, and I voted for all of you here today. And I expect the same support and transparency for my community. So please stand in solidarity for my LGBTQ plus community and continue being the support in the Cela region. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, good evening, City Council and community members that are here. Thank you for hearing us out. My name is Laura. I've been a community member for 35 years. That's how old I am. And also, I am the membership director for the Bell Chamber of Commerce. So I'm just here in support of this event that we're trying to have here in this community for my cousins, for my siblings, for our younger youth. For the youth that don't have anywhere to go for information. This is not about just having fun. It's about having information that is useful for them. You know, some of our youth that are LGBTQ plus do not have anywhere to go. Their families have disowned them. You know, we want to bring them resources for them to have, for them to look forward to, or, you know, they don't have anywhere else to go. So I am going to keep this short because this is my first time speaking here, but I'm just here in support of that. And, you know, I've been a community member for Southgate, and, you know, my siblings and my family who are part of the LGBT community are looking forward to this event. And, you know, I just want to support them, and that's why I'm here today. So, but I thank you for hearing us out. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for allowing us to be here tonight. First of all, my name is Vince Loros. I am the Cela Pride Festival Chair, and I'm a resident of the cities of San Pedro and Paramount. My first Pride Festival for Cela Pride Festival was hosted also by your city, Southgate. It was an amazing event. Community got together and we all had a good time. From what I remember, there were no issues following that, and it was a good event. The community was there together and we had a great time. Community is the most important to me. I am also very big on HIV prevention in the community. I work for Reach LA in Los Angeles. I've been with them for over 10 years. And so right now, with our community being under attack, specifically with healthcare and our healthcare being taken away, especially with prevention, I think now more than ever, it's very important to have these type of events. So the Cela Pride Festival being one of the free festivals that are out there for the community, and to bring all of our communities together. I'm also with the San Pedro Pride Festival that we're going to be having in the month of July. And I just got to be there for the pride flag raising with Janice Hahn. And it was a great time to see the community come out. So I just don't want to see this go away in the city of Southgate. I feel like Southgate is a great city to have it in. I love Southgate too. I've also lived in Watts, Linwood, nearby. And so, yeah, I hope that you guys take this seriously and think about community and the future of our youth and all the LGBTQ community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Miguel Angel Alvarez Godinez. I'm the LA County Commissioner on HIV, but today I will be speaking as myself. I'm going to echo the sentiments of my previous speakers. I am here in support of the Cela Pride Festival. Now more than ever in 2025, Pride is more important to show that we care for our community just because we are different. And as they said, HIV is under attack, so is Medicaid, so are several other things being gutted by this horrifying administration. How our own citizens are being terrorized by federal agents. It's disgusting, it's deplorable. And we need a strong showing from this city to say, we're still here. We still support our citizens. Doesn't matter if they're LGBT, doesn't matter if they're heterosexual, doesn't matter where on the spectrum they fall. I want you people to show this rest of Southeast Los Angeles that you care, that you are on our side, that you are on the side of the citizens, not just myself, because I've been a community activist since 2005. I've been marching in any kind of protest you can think of for immigration, for LGBTQ rights. I have been the face of somebody who's been assaulted by cops. And I do not want to see another local event go asunder under the tyranny of an orange lunatic. I do not want to see any of the communities I grew up in, because I'm born and raised in Watts, but Linwood, Huntington Park, Southgate, Bell, Cudahy, Downey, Paramount, these are all home to me. I live and work out here, not just as a commissioner, security guard, DJ, I do other things. And I want to feel safe in my town. I want to feel represented in my towns. I want everybody else who isn't me, who isn't out loud and brandishing Disney rainbow crap, rainbow capitalism for you folks, to feel safe to come in and say, I can exist here and that this city cares that I exist. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Did you turn it off? There
Hi,
you go.
good evening. My name is Ezekiel Flores. I'm a resident. I've been in Southgate since 1989, and I'm very proud to say to be a part of this community. Like my other colleagues have stated that, we need to be heard as a voice for our community. I lived in fear all my life just because of being an immigrant and also being a part of the LGBT community and not having that support, those resources to turn to have that community help support. And it's very important for us because we live in fear. Most people are not out because of danger for their life, for their safety. And it's very important to have these events to know that there is help, there is resources, that there is another family, even if your family abandons you, kicks you out, that there is other people that are willing to take you under their wing. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else? Non-agenda items? We're closing the audience. And we will go with the rest of the directors. What is it?
Madam
Oh,
Mayor.
emails. I am so sorry. Yes, emails, please.
Thank you. I have a few emails. The first one was submitted by Ed Rod expressing disappointment over the City of Southgate's decision to withdraw from participating in the Cell of Pride. He emphasized the importance of visibility for the LGBTQIA community. LGBTQIA plus community, particularly during the time when discrimination remains prevalent. He urged the city to consider its decision, stating that pulling back sends harmful message, especially to our youth. Residents should be able to live and celebrate openly without fear or minimization. I have another one from Tanaya. She is a Southgate resident and Cell of Pride attendee, expressing concern over the city's recent decision to withdraw from hosting this year's Pride event. She emphasized the Southgate needs Pride celebration to support its queer residents and allies, and noted that other major cities in LA County, such as Long Beach, Hollywood, and San Pedro, host similar events. Tayana, you urge the city to continue moving forward as an inclusive and welcoming community by keeping the Pride event in Southgate this year. I received also an email from Sophie Ryan, a Southgate resident, on behalf of the LGBTQ plus families in Southgate. She expressed appreciation for the city's ongoing efforts to be a safe and inclusive space, and attending special thanks to Mr. Costley for his longstanding support and student events over the past decades. Ms. Ryan shared that she recently spoke to Mr. Costley regarding the event proposal submitted by Adolfo Varas. She acknowledges the challenge organizing an event at short notice, but respectfully asked the council to review the proposal and consider a possibility of hosting the event this summer. She affirmed that Southgate allies are ready to collaborate to help bring the event to life and thanked the city for its continued commitment to equity and inclusion. I received an email from Ms. Addie Cortez in response to social media posts by Adolfo Varas regarding the City of Southgate's involvement with Stella Pride Festival. Ms. Addy expressed being upset by what she describes as false statements made by Adolfo about the city and Park Director Steve. She stated that as someone who is part of the LGBTQ community, she has always felt accepted and supported by the city staff. She explained that the event application was dropped off by one of his staff members on the morning of Wednesday, June 4th, and later reviewed and corrected by her mother before being submitted on Thursday, June 5th. She added that he previously been informed that the application should have been submitted 3 to 6 months prior to the event. She concluded by saying it's unfair to spread misinformation and that doing so reflects poorly on the LGBTQ community, which she believes deserves to be represented truthfully. I also received one from Ms. Jennifer Daly on behalf of Ruben Pichardo and several concerned residents. The letter expresses serious concerns regarding the city's code enforcement practices, alleging that that residents are being unfairly cited for minor or unfounded violations, while large commercial entities, specifically truck yards like Engel and Mr. C's, are allowed to operate without proper permits or enforcement. She accuses the city of applying a double standard and suggests this may be an attempt to offset financial shortfalls. Additional allegations include potential conflicts of interest, citing connections between local political figures and business operators, including campaign contributions. Ms. Daly states that the documentation has been reviewed and may be submitted to District Attorney for further investigation. This letter calls for transparency, accountability, and a public response from the City Council. I received one last email from Ms. Martha Torres. She's a community engagement liaison with the Fair Housing Foundation, informing the city of Southgate, the city about free services the organization provides to Southgate residents. These services include one-on-one confidential counseling and landlord-tenant issues such as rent increases, repairs, and evictions, investigation of housing discrimination, complaints, and weekly educational workshops on tenant and landlord rights, available in multiple languages. She invited residents to visit www.fhca.org or call 1-800-446-3247 for more information, or register for the workshop and express appreciation for the city's support in ensuring fair housing access for all residents. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, City Manager.
Thank you. Just as we go around the circle for departmental reports, I just thought I'd provide a little context for one of the items that was brought up was the city's support of the Pride community and Pride Festival. Certainly the city has a history from both council and staff to support the community and has had past Pride festivals in the city. And nothing from the administration, the staff, or the council has changed from that support. But we do have a set of rules and regulations in order to make sure all the community members that want to do, and there's a huge amount that want to do events in our park, which is busy every weekend, especially in the summer. We have a process. We have a process that includes applications submitted. If there's a desire to waive fees, there must be an application from a nonprofit that supports and has a mission that is the same as the applicant in order to make sure things like insurance are covered, which is very tough in this city, any city government to have. We need to have proper insurance for the event. So it's kind of seems administrative and sad, but it's in no sense not showing our support. So with the summer season, we need, as was mentioned in one of the comments, 6 months to 90 days to figure out our schedule, our resources, and what weekends can work because there's so much demand in the park. Additionally, we have to have an applicable and acceptable nonprofit to be part of that application. For this particular application, we did not receive it on time. Instead of 90 days ahead, like several weeks. We have problems with the resourcing and the space. And then the nonprofit, we need to see a correct nonprofit to make sure the insurance works. So whatever point we can get that information and get this schedule worked out and work out all the details, the Pride Festival or whatever event the community would like, we're there to support it. I speak specifically on Steve Costley, who's our Director of Parks and Rec. He's been here forever. He has a long history and a trust with the community to support all groups, including the Pride Festival. And I know him already in the year and a half I've been here I don't know how he juggles all the things that get into the park and all the community members he supports, but he is a fair-minded and open-hearted individual. He supports the Pride community and is simply doing his job of trying to make sure we are following all the regulations that we as a city have to do and share the limited resource of that beautiful park and making sure there's room, making sure we're not bumping other groups that have put in their name earlier. And so that means that, is there support for a Pride Festival? Yes. But let's work out the logistics together, team up, figure out a date perhaps later in the summer where there's time to work out the details, figure out a good partner in a nonprofit to make sure we're covering those insurance requirements, and then let's figure this out. And so I just wanted to give that update to make sure there's no misunderstanding of the support that's here and the great work Steve does overseeing the community needs of that great Southgate Park.
No, thank you, and I appreciate that. And again, I mean, we have done it a couple of times here in Southgate, as Adolfo mentioned, and we were one of the first. We actually were the first ones who did the Pride. It was during COVID. It was during that time we did it around. We just walked around the park. But there is a process that it needs to be followed. I don't know when the application was filled or when was it turned in, but if we can get those the application in, maybe we can do it in a further month. We can do that, but let's start a process. And again, if we need to, because I know that you need a nonprofit for the insurance, because I know there is, because we have to have that. Maybe we can look into for them to turn in the application, look for a month that works, and let's do it. Because I think that there's no one here in the council that don't support the LGBTQ. We are very, very supported. And I can tell you, I mean, personally, I support my LGBTQ family because I have nieces. I have nieces that, I mean, they're LGBTQ. And how am I not going to support something that is going to benefit the family that we're in? And I'm not ashamed to say it. I am very proud to say that I have two nieces that they're in that family and that I'm considered of their family. So let's follow the process. Let's get those applications in. Let's work on the calendar and set a date. And I know that they were mentioned the proclamation. Normally we do it as a city. That is next council meeting. So that's going to happen next council meeting because we do that every year. So with that, we're going to follow our reports. And if there are any questions that they were asked, please answer the questions. And we'll start with Public Works.
Thank you, Mayor. There were no questions asked for Public Works tonight, but I am happy to report that we have started construction on the residential resurfacing project. This is our next phase, so we are going to be repairing some residential streets. Our first order of business is we're focusing on streets next to our parks, next to Southgate Park. That's Pinehurst and Hildreth, as well as Industrial next to Halldale Community Park. So there is going to be activity out there. We know that there's a lot of pedestrians and runners around Southgate Park. There's going to be plenty of signage and construction, traffic control to properly guide them and safely. And we do want to invite the community to look at what we're doing, but stay out of the construction sites, particularly when they are running. So pay attention to what's out there. But that will be going on over the next month. That's all I have.
Great. Thank you, Steve.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. As Rob mentioned, we're a very busy place at the park right now. One of the things I always like to do before council meeting is take a drive around. There are literally thousands of people at Southgate Park right now. The playground, I think you have to wait in line to get on any of the equipment. It's just, we're that busy right now in the whole place. We have started our registration for our classes for the summer quarter. We've filled up a whole lot of those already. As we said, we've got limited resources in some of these things, so we're filling up pretty quickly. Swim lessons have filled, tot times, tiny twos, all the classes are there. So more and more, there was a line out Monday morning, probably 30 people long when I got to work. So it's getting kind of crazy. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Gabriel.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of City Council. Gabriel Perez, your Community Development Director. Just a quick update. We are working on a program. We have a staff action team that's working on a facade improvement program for Tweedy Boulevard. And I would say this is like phase 2 of some of the Tweedy Boulevard improvements. So I'm looking forward to presenting something in the future for that program that would be using community development block grant funds.
Thank you. Luis?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Luis Frosto, Admin Services Director. So just want to provide a quick update. It's been a couple of meetings now where we've had a couple of technical issues with our streaming service. I just wanted to make sure the community and the council is aware that we do take that very seriously. We have quite a bit of resources that we dedicated to troubleshooting that and ensuring that the connection was stable. We tested it 2 weeks in a row. Last stream, 58 hours, it lasted without interruption. So we did a couple of things that I won't get into today, but we're hoping that that issue is resolved. The rest of the updates I have are related to the budget, which you will hear about later tonight.
Okay, thank you. John?
Good evening, Council. I have nothing really to report other than to wish everybody a happy Father's Day this Sunday.
Thank you. Oh, yes, Father's Day. Darren?
Madam Mayor and Council, I'm going to take a little bit more time because I got a couple issues I do want to address that are really important for the community here. First and foremost, about the fireworks. I have said this many times in public administration, that is what's deemed a wicked problem, which means there's no real solution. There's a very difficult, we have a very difficult time trying to figure out when you have legal fireworks that are going off in the community, it's hard to figure out what the illegal ones, whether the ones are illegal or illegal. Usually the louder ones are the illegal ones. But our biggest challenge is, yes, staffing is a problem. In previous years, we'd have overtime officers go out there and specifically look for people that are possessing fireworks. It's no different than any other crime that we're investigating. We've got to be able to tie fireworks to an individual, and typically if they're out there and we see them, we can stop and cite them, and they're administrative cites. They're very expensive. First offense is $1,000 and $1,500. It could go up to $5,000. We actually have issued citations. So really it's a matter of capability in getting out there and doing that. So as we get in closer to July, we're going to deploy officers as best we can. I don't want to promise that we're going to be out there enforcing fireworks, but within the course of their duties as patrol officers, we're going to look for fireworks and try to enforce them. Again, unless you're banning legal fireworks, it's easier for us to determine who's igniting the illegal fireworks, but we're going to do our job, our best job possible, enforcing the municipal code. Street fair went off without a problem, well attended, no issues, minor things that went on with some juveniles, but nothing to report. So I do want to mention the information about that we've got about the immigration. Never in my career have I realized how polarizing this has been to the community. Just prior to me coming in here, I was in on a conference call with the LAPD chief and the sheriff with the 45 police chiefs about what we're doing locally within the communities. And we briefed about the things that are going across the county, going into the Orange County area, what's going on in Chicago, all across the United States, and what we expect to happen. Fortunately for us, we didn't have anything happen in Southgate. Not to say that the federal government won't be here, but I do want to mention to the community, because I think the history lesson is really important. We have a really good relationship with our community and have had that relationship built since the early 1990s. When we started community policing, we just saw just an entirely different shift in how our relationship is with the community. So I was there in the early 90s, and I have friends that I really believe that, whether they're illegal immigrants or not, we'll never know, because everything is based on the relationships that we have with our community. And it's a strong relationship. With that being said, several years ago when I was a captain, the United States Department of Justice Civil Rights Division actually came down to our department to look at the organization, specifically our workforce. And the conclusion that they came up with is that the police department was roughly about 78% representative of the community that we serve, which is a very high population. Since that time, we've probably gotten into the 80 percentile. So the people in the community are from the community, right? We're minorities, and they have a good relationship. In fact, Department of Justice, I thought it was a little odd. They said that we got to do a better job of hiring white females, because they came up on the chart suggesting that we need to target those people for police officer jobs. Love to hire them, but they don't apply here. The people from the community apply here. And I mention that because it really does speak volumes to what we've been able to create over the last 3 decades, the trust within the community. Now, I haven't been this successful without me understanding that I have a very profound respect for the law, right? The state law, the local laws, and the federal laws. And all of us agree in law enforcement that there's a big gap in communication with the federal government. However, the federal government does not need our permission to come into the community. The federal government does not need our permission to enforce the law, and there's no mandate that they communicate with us. Now, we'd like that, because I think we have an interest in public safety. And I think by and large, most of the police departments said that if and when they come to the communities, and they were in Whittier and Paramount and other cities, and we expect to see them throughout Southern California, 30 days, next 60 days, we have to do our best to respond. Even the sheriff is in the dark about some of the things that are going on. We have tactical plans in place. We're ready. In fact, I'm calling in a team on Saturday to prepare for a nationwide, I don't know if it's protest or whatnot, but we'll be ready. We actually did send officers from Southgate to downtown Los Angeles after the request for mutual aid was made, and we'll be prepared. The unknown is what's going to happen. We don't know, but we'll be ready. I have made it very clear. I've said this many times. Every police department in the state of California falls under Senate Bill 54. So there's limited circumstances when you can cooperate with ICE. And I have to be honest, we have cooperated with ICE to remove dangerous felons from this community. That's my responsibility. We're talking about people that have felony convictions for rape, murder, crimes against children. And I will continue to cooperate with ICE to remove them from our community. That is my expectation of the police officers, and I would hope that the community supports that. The other stuff that's going on with the federal government, I can't speak to their actions. That's entirely on them. But I just want to reassure the community we're doing the right things. If an event comes here to the city, we're going to make sure that people don't vandalize property. We're going to protect lives. We're going to do everything we can. District Attorney has made it very clear he's taken a very aggressive approach on vandalism and acts of violence in the community. So we're all in lockstep, including the LAPD and sheriffs. And I just wanted to send that message because I think it's important. You got a lot of scared people out there, understandably. But we're doing our very best to get out there, and we're going to continue to support the things that we do in our community. So with that, that's it.
Thank you, Chief. Okay, City Manager, do you have anything?
No, I think everything was covered there. Just one thing I would add for the chief is, of course, everyone has the right for peaceful protesting, and that's encouraged in our democratic society and supported by our police and our council and staff. I think, as he mentioned, if that protesting creates vandalism or aggression, that will be addressed like any other law.
Thank you. City Attorney,
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Nothing at this time.
City Treasurer.
Later today, the finance director will be covering proposed budget, so I'll save my time for when that item comes up. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. City Clerk.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a brief, I'm going to talk on the summarized comments that were touched upon. Just want to let the audience know that when you do email me comments, they are always summarized. I do forward your comments to council. There is a 4 o'clock cutoff because I want to get it to council before they come into the meeting so that they can have a look at it. So even if I summarize it here, I provide it to them, and then I always have it for the record so that if anyone ever wants to see the full email, it's there for you in my office to see. I also wanted to touch on what Mr. Mario Dominguez said about the public records request and the charges. There was a resolution back number 2021-51-CC, and that resolution was establishing a new schedule of fees for services for fiscal year 21-22. Page 40 states that it was approved copies of Political Reform Act. So FPPC copies, anything that had to do with running for office, those copies cost 10 cents. I know that he didn't remember what those were. Copies, any other copies are 29 cents. Here on page 40, it also states that it was approved that faxed or emailed documents were also 29 cents. So I wanted just for you to have a clear view of what that was. And then I also just wanted to say Happy Father's Day to all of you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councilwoman Avalos.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First and foremost, I would like to thank the community this year, those that are on YouTube. And I appreciate the compliments by the Pichardo family. Yes, I did sit with you, not once, but twice, and you were not asking for any favors. I just want to make sure that that's on the record because that is not what you came in for. I think we addressed the issue and it was transparent, and I think, we need to be held accountable. And I appreciate you bringing to light, the incorrect code that was cited on your case. So thank you for that. I have a lot to say today, unfortunately, and it's really disappointing. Obviously, we're living in a really contentious time right now because the federal government is coming into our communities and doing the unthinkable. Unthinkable in a sense that they are separating families. They're taking fathers, mothers, pregnant mothers, children. When is it going to stop? I know for a fact, my students, when they do something, I sit down and I talk to them. But at no point would I say they've committed a crime. What crime have our kids committed? None. So I want to acknowledge all of our Southgate families that are afraid to go out, to go to work, to take their children to school or to the park, let alone leave their homes. I want you to know that I do see you. I do value you. And that you are not alone. I've made several social media posts that if you need resources, reach out to me. And I'm doing it again here tonight. Reach out to me at mpavalos@sogate.org. How can we show support? Reach out to someone you know, someone you trust, speak up about it, stand with others, but in a peaceful manner. Unfortunately, things sometimes get out of control, but when we are doing and exercising our constitutional right, it's to get into an assembly in a peaceful manner. They're not in our city yet. It's just going to be a matter of time. And I'm telling my community, help your neighbor, support them. What do they need? And again, I've always had an open door policy. You need me, email me, I will connect with you. And if I can at that moment, I will make time. Those of you that know me know I make the time. Even if it's 10 o'clock at night, 11:30, I'm here for you, community, because you put me where I'm at today. And you are definitely not alone during these trying times. I attended the Southeast Water Coalition. Back on April 9th, they had indicated that they were going to increase our water rates by 4%. The Budget Advisory Committee indicated that that was not needed. So when it came down to the vote, they were so generous to us that they increased it only by 3.8. They only gave us 20% off, or 2% at that rate, 0.2, exactly. So we're going to be looking at increasing our water rates, not because this council has done anything, but because WRD feels that they need to increase it at this time, though it's not needed. I attended the Men's Health. It was a nice event, but a lot of our community members really weren't there. And I understand why, because of what had happened in downtown LA and what was happening in Paramount as the event was going on. I would like to wish all of the fathers a happy Father's Day. And always remember, fathers, that what you say, what you do, your kids are watching you, and they learn from your actions. I just want to express my deep concern and disappointment regarding the recent comment made by Councilmember Hurtado to the community in a public event, referring to a colleague, educated Latina woman, calling her, quote, pinche vieja mentirosa, because I ordered office furniture. I have a question. Did I get the office furniture, Councilmember Hurtado? No, I did not. It was an estimate. And when staff brought me the estimate, the first thing I said, this is too much. I only want a bookcase and a credenza. And it was ordered, and it was not $10,000 worth. I just want to make that clear, because that has also circulated in social media. And I'm about clarifying and being transparent and being held accountable. This phrase is very vulgar, disrespectful, and sexist. It has no place in our public discourse or in the conduct of an elected official. It is a personal attack that undermines the dignity of this council and erodes the public trust in our local government. We expect our representatives to model professionalism, civility, and respect, even if we disagree. Using offensive language to demean a colleague is unacceptable. It may constitute a violation of our code of conduct, but that would be a question for our city attorney. Is that correct? Or am I out of line? Thank you. I demand that this council take action, whether it be through censure, mandatory training, and a public apology, I think, is in order. To make clear, this behavior will not be tolerated by me, and I would hope that by none of my colleagues. Because you very well know that since I got on this council, I have never spoken ill will of any of you in public. Because I hold myself to a higher standard as an elected official, as a therapist, and more importantly, as a teacher. My students look up to me and say, wow, our mayor from the city of Southgate is in my school. And I hold all of you to that high level. And I'm so disappointed to hear that kind of language coming out of you, Councilmember Hurtado. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you. So I'll start off with that. Mr. Pichardo, never did I say those words. Never. You can say whatever you want. At no time did I ever say that. Stop it. Stop. Madam Mayor. you
Yeah,
might want-
please, you have
Thank
your
you.
chance. Thank
I've
you.
never said that. Those people that are in this room that know me, have never heard me say anything like that about anybody. I never said that about you or any other person. At your request, I went to go visit you over a code enforcement issue. And I told you, I'm not prepared to make a decision as to whether you got cited properly or not. All I can do is forward it to the city manager for review. That's all I did. You didn't ask me for anything either. You didn't ask me for an accommodation. There were some citations, and I said, look, what they're citing you for appear to be appropriate. I don't know anything about codes. I don't have them memorized. I don't do code enforcement. I don't issue citations. But never did I speak ill about Pilar Avalos or any of my colleagues. That is blatantly untrue, and you know that. For you to make that comment is irresponsible. I've never said that about Pilar Avalos. I never said that. And I hope that you believe me because there's no truth to it. You can ask anybody in this community. No one's ever heard me say that about you. I don't talk like that. I don't use profanity like that. That's unacceptable. I wasn't going to address it when you mentioned it, but because Ms. Avalos seems to believe that I said that, I'm addressing it because this is not the place to do that. But I've never said that, ever. I don't even think that. I don't even say that you said that. It's unbelievable. So now to the things I came to talk about. Over the weekend, I attended a training session at the Western States Carpenters Union. It was basically a grand opening of a training session that they had. And one of the things that I was impressed about was that it wasn't just about training how to use a hammer, or how to carry equipment, how to use a welding machine or anything like that. What they were teaching was to have pride in what you do. And to me, that's one of the reasons why I support a lot of the union jobs that are out there. They train not just work, but how to respect what you do and do it to the best of your ability. So again, it was a good place. If you get a chance to go, and in my colleagues, I recommend that you try that. Back in between 2017 and 2019, I went back to college. I went to Cal State Dominguez to get a degree. And one of the courses that I took, and I did it because I wanted to know more about the community. It was called Queer Studies. And the reason I did that is because I have a nephew who, he passed away already. He was part of the LGBTQ community. And when I coached at the high school, some of the girls that played for me, and you heard one of the emails earlier, they belong to that community. One of the best softball players that I ever saw, is no longer a female. She was one of the most amazing girls I ever met. And now he is one of the most amazing gentlemen I've ever met. And I respect that. And myself and my colleagues have always been very respectful of the LGBTQ community. I don't know all the details as to what happened, but we've always been very supportive of these events that when they take place in our city. And I participate with them because it's important. I mentioned the courses that I took. One of the books that I read, very tragic story, it's called Pure Seal. If anybody ever gets a chance to read it, I recommend it. It's very tragic. We hear about the Holocaust and the camps where Jewish people were sent to. Well, there were camps also in France made by the Nazis to incarcerate anybody who was a member of the gay community. And the amount of torture that they went through was horrific. And, you know, the tragedy isn't just what they went through, but in order for him to get out, he had to say that he was straight, got married, had children. So he lived a lie the rest of his life just so that he can stay alive. So I highly recommend, if you ever get a chance to read it, it's called Pure Seal. But the LGBTQ community has gone through so much historically, and we need to show respect to them. The chief mentioned how here in Southgate, the issues that are going on have not come here. Well, physically, maybe not, but those issues are here. Our community is afraid to go to school, to work, shopping, so it's impacting us. Maybe not directly, but indirectly, it's having a huge impact. And I've attended meetings with local leaders from the Southeast area. Someone from the Net Barragan staff was there. Janice Hahn's staff. Senator Lina Gonzalez was there. I've been in contact with the governor's office, and this is a huge impact to all of our communities. At no time, when we decide to run for office, our job is to work on those issues that are typical quality of life issues, but to think that we ever would have to deal with some of the horrific things that are going on where people are being rounded up, taken away from their families. I've gotten a lot of calls from people who are concerned. They're close friends of mine, and they're undocumented. One friend, his wife was born here, his children were born here, and he's scared. He has no plan as to what's going to happen if he gets deported. One thing that I am going to ask that everybody does, those that are here, those that are listening, is be careful what you post. I've seen posts that that ICE was here in Southgate at Southgate Park, and I checked with our staff, and there was no one from ICE here. I got reports that they were also at the street fair, and our staff was keeping me updated, and I would said, "Hey, somebody said that ICE is at the street fair. Is that true?" And there was no report of that. So again, we want to inform everybody when there's actual activity, but if we can hold off to make sure that we know the facts before we post them or we notify others, can save a lot of people from that hysteria. And again, I think we need to be careful with that. And with that, I think that'll do it for now. Thank you.
Councilman Rios?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you all of you that are here tonight to being here with us and doing your civic duty. I'll just start with a few things. I guess I could say that I'm very proud being the mayor when first gay pride celebration was held here a few years ago, and I just think it was just a misunderstanding. I think we'll get back on track once the process is followed and so forth. So looking forward to participating in that event. Uh, I know the gentleman mentioned the fireworks, and I know every year we hear that there are issues. And I know there are other nonprofits that get support. They put a boost. They sell legal fireworks, and I think that's part of the other side to it, that we want to be. Some of them, it's their only major fundraiser. So I think that we're kind of in a. But it's so hard to enforce, like the chief mentioned. I'm just glad it's only one day, but I know that fireworks, it's a tough one. I know because I have dog, and I know how they get during that day. So, yeah. Um, I also attended the men's health fair, and I think the strain on our young people. Today was the last day of school at LA Unified. And I know that with all the protests since the weekend, it's been difficult on a lot of, even on me, I feel, because we all have family members that are here, that are maybe not documented, but are contributing to the workforce, to the economy, and have been for years. And the fact that this country, the only natives are the American Indian. I mean, really, if you really think about it, I mean, if everybody came, the Irish, the Polish, the Italians, everybody came from somewhere, and that's what makes this country great. And we keep hearing about, every time there's, this. I know this administration has been targeting the undocumented, but they told us that they were going to only target those criminals, and we're seeing that that's not the case. It's a blanket effort to go after people that are just doing the right thing, being good residents and contributing. I mean, I don't know what we're going to do if they continue down this path in terms of all the industries that they have that would have impact, like the food industry, like roofing, construction. I could go down the line. They do the jobs that none of my kids don't want to do. Your kids don't want to do. I know, and so. And for them, it's an honest living to support their families. That's all they want. And it's sad that all the times when we're always looking for scapegoats to, when really they always criminalize certain. There are elements of criminals in every group, but we know that it's not. For the most part, these are, people I rely on just to fix my car, to do different things around my house and things like that. I mean, they take care of our little kids, for the wealthy a lot of times. I mean, we know this. I mean, and it's sad that, and the only concern I have, and I have a lot of concerns, that it's a tinderbox, that it doesn't get out of hand, that law enforcement, and I have to thank law enforcement for showing restraint, really, because, I could see people saying, well, when is enough is enough? Because they're jeopardizing, and it's always a few people in the crowd, and that's what worries me. That for the most part, most people just want. They don't. A lot of people just want to frustrate. They're frustrated. They don't know outlet for them. That's the outlet, especially a lot of our young people. They go to the street, and so I know a lot of people are trying to say, stay within ourselves. Let's not do anything outrageous, and I hope we also emphasize that, continue to emphasize that public safety. We want to keep It's okay to protest. Here's the other side of it. I think a lot of people are saying that, if we're supposed to be following the process, this administration is not following the due process. Talk about laws biting, and this president was convicted. Come on. I mean, and he's serving as president. I mean, so it's like, gee, I mean, there's a lot of, hypocrisy here. It's sad that we're at this country's losing ground internationally. I mean, we're hearing that we could be heading into a recession. The imports are down 30%. I mean, pretty soon we're going to have shortages. Prices are going to continue to inflate. And then with the immigrant community not being around, who knows how much the salad's going to be, or whatever else is going to be impacted. So it's heartening to to be in this situation that and we're all looking to find ways to express our concerns, to be supportive of this population that, heck, a lot of us sitting here in the dais, one way or another, our parents came undocumented, or some family members. I mean, we're all here because they made the sacrifice so that we can have better lives. And I think that's what everybody else is trying to do, a lot of the newer immigrants. And so we want to be supportive of them, but we want restraint. We want them to, to protest. And you know what? I don't think it's undocumented that are protesting. I really think that those people are fearful. I think it's people that are Native Americans that are out there because they feel for them. They care about. It's sad that again, it's just I had to say something about that. And we did talk about doing something about being more. We want to be more supportive to that community, and because they support us through their efforts, and so we're trying to find what we can do to be supportive, and we'll continue to search for that. So I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you, Councilman Rios. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Chief, just to add on the firework question, I've had this question before, but I just don't remember the answer. Is there a way for us to just increase the fees to an amount that maybe can deter the use of them?
That's a council decision. They're pretty hefty now.
I mean, $1,000, I would say maybe 10 years ago would be hefty. Maybe a $5,000 would scare them enough to make it something to be worried about. I mean, I would be willing to have that conversation at least.
It's if I can be honest, there's a lot of illegal fireworks.
Yeah,
and you got to catch a lot of people
I get
over and over again for. I mean, fines are great, but what I have seen is when we've had appeals on those things, the capacity to pay is not there, so the fines are reduced.
Okay.
I mean, a start is ban fireworks, legal fireworks. That's a start. I mean, that's a policy decision, but that helps. I just excessive fines. It's, in my opinion, it's not a deterrent.
Thank you, Chief. Well, I mean, I wanted to just bring that up because I think that that's something that we've seen around in our local community, that, the fees have gone up in certain cities. I don't want to get rid of, the legal sane fireworks, because so many of our nonprofits in our community depend on those to be able to fundraise for their events and for their services that they provide to the community all year long. So I think we need to take an approach there. We need to have a discussion. Maybe we can bring that back and try to figure out if there's something that we want to touch there or not as council. And then also, Chief, I know there was a comment made earlier, and I'm almost certain I know the answer regarding the SWAT truck going down the back alley of Tweedy. I think the SWAT truck was at our fair as for residents to get on, or was that just driving around for something else?
Yeah, you got to get the SWAT truck around, somebody's got to drive it.
Right.
But we're not driving it through the street fair. It's going to be through the
Yeah.
alleys, and we typically take it out to community events and whatnot. So that was news to me. And just so everyone understands, that SWAT truck is a military vehicle.
Right.
ICE does not drive military vehicles. That's the National Guard. So I'm not exactly sure what we're seeing.
Right. All right. Thank you, Chief. And I wanted just to touch a little bit on, what we've been witnessing in the news for the last few days. As soon as the information started coming from residents of the city of Paramount, our Assemblyman Solache was there on the ground, along with, I believe his Vice Mayor, Brenda Olmos, was there. And I thought it was very important for them to be there, because the narrative quickly changed. And I think that's one of the things that we have to be responsible for, is we have to be trustworthy and be the eyes to be able to inform our residents of exactly what's going on, because the news will show the violence. The news will show the fires, right? But they're not showing the peaceful protests that's happening. Today in downtown, there was over 2,000 people protesting in front of City Hall with music playing, dancing, holding signs, very peaceful, saying with a loud voice, we do not want ICE in our community. They weren't starting fires, they weren't vandalizing, they weren't causing distress to our community. And I think that's it was a very quiet news day today because there wasn't that happening. Like Councilman Gil Hurtado, I was involved in some meetings, and that's one of the things that I think we've realized during this time is the amount of effort that goes along with communicating with our local electeds, of our regional cities, also our state and county representatives have made themselves available to receive our calls to identify what we can do as a city to provide resources or how we can provide that information better to our residents. And really the story that we want to tell is make sure the residents, we all have family members. We have these red cards here on our desks today. If any of you would like one, it provides the detailed information on what to do if an undocumented person is addressed by an ICE agent. Is really informing them of what their rights are. They don't have the right, they have the right to stay silent. They don't have to open the door. They have to make sure they have a signed warrant if they want to enter your premises. You have to know your rights to keep yourself safe. It is imperative that that information continue to get out. And that's a little bit of what we've been doing all week, is providing that information for our residents and their families to be able to distribute to the parties that really need it. And then on a personal level, I spoke to my mom yesterday, and because she knew that I've been stressed about what's going on, and she asked me, she goes, how you doing? I said, well, it's been tough, but I'm working. I'm just trying to get work done. She said, well, let me tell you a little story that would kind of give you a little bit of faith. Is there was a husband and wife that had to move away from Judea to hide their son from persecution. And that son was our Jesus Christ. They immigrated to Egypt in order to make sure that their son could survive. That's a pretty common story that we hear today. We're hearing it every day. Families are leaving their home, their safety, because they feel like they need to make sure their child can survive. And that's why when I heard that, it got to me, and I said, it's funny that we got to be careful how we treat our immigrants, because our Savior was one a long time ago. So I'll just leave that as my last comment. But thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just some of my reports. This couple of weeks, I attended several graduations. Also, I attended the centennial celebration for St. Gabriel Avenue. They celebrated 100 years, and also Victoria Elementary School. And also, we had the ribbon cutting for the 20 Mile Boulevard. Also, again, with everything that is going on with this situation, that it's so emotional, is impacting us all, and this immigration eyes, just to hear that they're in our areas, it's really stressful for our community who are here to work, to survive, and to keep their families safe from other countries, and also, give their children an education. It's really hard to see families that that they don't want to come out of their homes. But again, that's why we have friends that we know that they can count on. And Councilwoman Marvel say, we're here to support. It doesn't matter whether we are here legally or not. We are here to represent every single resident. It doesn't matter of the status. We are here to represent them. And we're here to be with them. If anybody here in this chamber or in YouTube, whoever is watching, that you know of any family that have that concern, reach out. Reach out to them, and if you need to go to the market for them, go to the market for them so they can feel comfortable, so they can have food at their table. And I think that we as council, we have the obligation, to be prepared with the correct information that is going on. I mean, and what is it that is happening every single day? Because every day changes. Because every day it's always something different. It's heartbreaking to see what's happening in the news, and of course, the news, they aren't going to show the bad things. But again, there are protesters that are doing it soundly. I mean, because they're doing it the right way. But unfortunately, there are agitators out there who are breaking police cars, burning cars, and just stay away from those and stay with the ones that are doing a peaceful demonstration, because this is going to continue. And unfortunately, with this federal administration, we do not know what to expect from him. I mean, just for him to call the National Guard and the Marines, come on. Really? This is our community. Our police are here to protect us. We do not need them. I think that, by this president doing this is undermining our own law enforcement. We want to do it safely, and I thank all the police departments who are out there and putting their lives on the line, because you do not know what to expect from anybody. So all I can say is that know your rights. I have hundreds of cards. If anybody wants some, I will have some. I will leave some here at City Hall. So if they want to they want to come and grab some. And this is just to know your rights. And this is your constitutional rights. And it doesn't matter if you have if you're legal, because they can come up to you and they also start asking you questions, and we can panic and we wouldn't know what to answer. So we need to be prepared. And I hope that if you know anybody that needs these cards, please take it to them. Take it to them, and just to make sure that they are safe. And unfortunately, I mean, we're going to be seeing them here. But again, let's keep everyone, I mean, just safe. If you need help, please contact us. We do have open door policy. And I always, I mean, have, I know some of you have my cell phone number, and I'm sure you have the cell phone numbers of also our council. Reach out to us, or reach out, I mean, to the office, and we are here to, to help you and just be with you in situations and times like this. Because I think that as long as we all continue being united, I think that's how we're going to get we're going to get through all this. And just keep your body in your prayers, because that's all we got right now, is just to keep everybody in in their prayers, and just keep our families safe. So with that, thank you very much, and we will continue with the agenda. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. please. Okay. So we are back, and at this time, I'm going to be moving item number 6. So we'll do our budget proposal. Item number 6, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
If I can read it for the
Let
record.
me read it to the record.
Oh,
Thank you. The City Council will consider receiving and filing fiscal year 2025-26 proposed budget overview presentation. Thank you, City Manager.
thank you, Madam Clerk. Mayor, Council, it's the pleasure of myself and our staff to present to you the 25-26 proposed budget as our first presentation of this information, as we have a discussion as we do every June with a presentation of the proposed budget, an opportunity for public comment, followed by a discussion throughout the next 2 weeks, and then a second final budget presentation this third Tuesday of June, or whatever the 24th is. Sorry. Fourth Tuesday in June, thank you, where we'll be presenting the final budget for approval. So with that, tonight, we will go through the budget and we'll showcase the budget. We've done some new methodologies trying to be more accurate and more detailed in the accuracy of those expenditures and how we can display them. This will be preliminary numbers, which are virtually all there. We will have further refinement over the course of the week and have everything ready to go for 2 weeks from now. And the goals of this budget, of course, are to stay committed to providing core quality public services and investing in the community, as well as keeping our city stable today, tomorrow, and into the future. And we want to address key areas of priorities and reduce the out-year structural shortfalls that are in this package. And so that is going to be a key part, startling part of this proposal, where we will showcase that the city's been in a structural deficit for a number of years. There has been efforts to find ways to solve that, short-term fixes, attempts to trim where we can, but the deficits looking forward are very daunting. We will explain during this presentation overview that will showcase that reality. We will allow the departments then to have a presentation, a high-level overview of their departments, and they'll show you what they've accomplished this year at a high level, what their budget proposal is for this coming year with some small cuts, and then a sort of bad news reality of next July and what could be our future if we can't get alternative solutions of some really serious cuts to service. And so with that, it's what we have to share. And I will be kicking it over to our new Administrative Service Director, Lewis, in a moment. But before that, I wanted to just highlight some hidden heroes that we have behind the scenes that, in addition to our great department staff that have worked diligently on the budget, we have our hidden accountant trio. And I think the next slide might have a photo of them. There's the crack accountant team. Not exactly eager to be in a picture, but they did me a favor. We've got Adrian, Steve, and Raul. Raul, the accountant, not the attorney. Great guys, have worked so hard. Jumped in with Lewis and actually John Downs, his assistant as well. But that team has been here on the weekends and put in a lot of extra time to get this budget together. So we thank them. And with that, I'll pass it over to Lewis to take us away.
Thank you, Rob. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the community. Tonight's presentation is going to provide a high-level overview of the proposed fiscal year 25-26 budget for the city of Southgate. This is the first step in our budget adoption process and will set the foundation for upcoming department presentations and council deliberations later today. This year's budget was built using a refined methodology focused on a detailed line-by-line review of expenditures. We know that this was a tall ask for our department heads, and not the typical approach. Typically, cities, they'll carry over their prior year budget and add some kind of growth rate, typically 2 to 5%. We took a different approach. We asked departments to look at every expense and every line item and ensure that there was still a need for the amounts that they were requesting. While the overall general fund is balanced, this is only achieved through significant use of one-time reserves. Our primary goals remain unchanged: preserving core services, aligning our financial structure for long-term sustainability, and addressing priority areas. One of the things that I want to touch on slide 4 is it's a very simple graphic, but this is really meant as a basic intro to budgeting. What is a balanced budget? Well, a balanced budget means our total projected revenues plus any authorized use of reserves are equal to or greater than our expenditures. However, it's important to distinguish between a cash balanced budget and a structurally balanced one. Our current budget is not structurally balanced. Ongoing expenditures still outpace ongoing revenues. So like most cities, there's going to be our primary sources of revenues that are pretty common, and all cities have them. We have property tax, state and local sales tax, franchise tax, business license tax, and charges for services. Our major expenditures, not uncommon, are salaries and employee benefits. We'll talk about that in more detail later today, but typically that is the largest portion of our expenses. We have professional contract services, material supplies, training, memberships, and other costs that, although it's just a couple words there, really drive a lot of our uncontrollable costs that we'll go into later today. So often the community, and this is really hard to see, so I apologize, but we'll make sure this gets posted online, and we'll make sure that those who want a copy can get a copy. But at the very bottom of this really long little stack chart here, you'll see a highlighted line. That highlighted line
Luis, excuse me, Luis,
Yes.
question. Do you have
Yes.
a copy of your presentation
Yes.
for the council?
Okay, we'll make sure, we'll get you one. I'm sorry, I thought you had one in front of you.
Okay.
So
If you
we'll
can
get you one
each
printed.
council member the presentation, and that goes to each department. If you all have presentations, please provide the council with a copy.
We'll have our staff work on getting a copy.
Okay, let me ask because we just got Public Works, but we don't have community development, we don't have parks, we don't have none of the other departments. Can we get a copy of
Yes,
all departments? Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break.
sure.
burning the candle at both ends and ended up forgetting the printouts. My apologies. You now have copies in front of you of the overview, and they're working right now to print the departmental ones that'll come after that. So you'll have copies of all those as well. My
All
apologies.
right, thank you. So, City Clerk, are we ready so we can continue? Okay, thank you. Let's continue. Okay, Luis, let's continue.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I apologize about the printouts. Going to this breakdown here, the stack chart. So in terms of property tax, which is one of the city's most stable revenue and largest revenue sources, if you look, it's hard to see here, but the city gets 6 cents here for every dollar from property tax, and which is a really small amount. And when we look at the next slide, which focuses on the sales tax, that's a pretty similar story there. There's a sales tax rate of 10.25%. We get a 1% portion for the Bradley Burns, and we get a local 1%. I believe that was Measure P. And so this is approximately 2 cents for every taxable dollar spent during or spent within our jurisdiction. Property tax allocations remain stable, with growth primarily driven by assessed valuation increases. So we're going to move into the current fiscal outlook. Our fiscal challenges are structural. Southgate has faced a challenging or has been in a challenging position of having to fund operations and invest in infrastructure without really a lack or with a lack of dedicated resources for capital maintenance and structural ongoing costs. Prior budgets were propped up with one-time funds, such as ARPA, which is a COVID money, but those resources are now exhausted. Despite this year's balanced budget, the structural imbalance persists. So a couple of things are contributing to our structural deficit. Inflation and growth in operating costs have outpaced revenues. I mentioned this earlier. Budgets for the past several years were structurally imbalanced. Ongoing costs exceeded ongoing revenues, and a portion of ongoing costs were funded, again, with one-time revenues. Most of the one-time resources that were tapped into in the past years are no longer available to us, which puts us in a very difficult position. In the current fiscal year, the budget is balanced, but not structurally. Federal COVID dollars are no longer an option. Important one-time actions were needed to balance the budget, and I'll talk about what those actions were. The goal was to maintain existing service levels using one-time reserves, but this is not sustainable in the long term. Even with mitigation measures, cuts are necessary in future years. Additional resources and mitigations can relieve some pressure on the general fund deficit, but additional headwinds exist. Sales tax declines and persistent volatility, increases to cities' pension payments, impacts of inflation on cities' operating costs, altogether, absent unanticipated revenue increases, budget cuts of approximately $8 million are likely to be necessary in the upcoming fiscal year. This will require reductions to current services provided by the city. I'm going to get into the proposed budget for this fiscal year. This first table here, I'm going to focus in on the blue section here, which is the proposed budget. We're beginning the year with an estimated fund balance in our general fund. Again, this is focused on the general fund, which is where the majority of our services are funded from, including police and parks. So if you look at that number, it's 3.7 as a starting balance that we anticipate based on current expenditure levels. The total revenues are going to increase from last year, although not by much, to approximately $71 million rounded up. Total expenditures are estimated to be budgeted at $78 million. The gap there you'll see is about $7 million between the revenue and the expenditures. one of the things I want to focus on, and there's a lot of lines here, but really I'm going to focus on two. I talked about the need to balance the budget. So I'll talk through briefly some of the things that we had to do to make sure that this budget was balanced. In the middle here, transfers from reserves, you'll see a $3.4 million number. The city has or had $6 million in reserves specifically for budget stabilization. I tapped into those this fiscal year to balance the budget. I took $3.4 million from that budget stabilization reserve and moved it in, or the plan is to move it in to the general fund balance for our operational needs. There's also a transfer from CAP of $2.8 million. I think there was a comment made earlier regarding the empty courthouse. There was approximately $4 million at some point dedicated for that project. Some of that money was tapped for, I believe, 3 different projects. The remaining balance for that project at the courthouse is $2.8 million. That's general fund money. We made an internal decision to move that money from that project to help cover the hole in this year's budget. Another thing we did, which is not a good practice, but was a necessary one, is we took $1 million from our IT internal service fund, which helps fund replacements of computer hardware and equipment, and also money that was to be used for a future ERP system. That's the fund we would tap into for that kind of stuff, in addition to general fund offsets. There was a balance there of, I believe, $2.8 million. We took $1 million out of that and transferred it as well. And then the last one you'll see here to plug the hole, we transferred $1.8 million from our capital asset and equipment replacement fund. This fund had a balance of approximately $4 million, and we're taking $1.8 million from that in trying to balance this budget. You'll see at the bottom here the estimated ending fund balance. That's the amount of money left in the bank if this budget as proposed gets adopted. The reason that, and actually if you go to the next slide, it'll help tell it a better story. These are the numbers I just walked you through, but what I want to kind of point to is this preliminary ending balance. So at the end of the day, when we put in all of the initial proposed budgets for all the departments, there was a gap of about $250,000. And so when we tapped into the budget stabilization reserve, we did so to, one, close this gap of $250,000, but also to leave money in the general fund balance for operational needs throughout the year. Now, some people might say, well, isn't the goal to get it to zero? The amount, in terms of your balance. Well, no, because as you all know, throughout the year, departments will come to you and say, we need this thing for this reason, we need that for that reason, and they're seeking appropriations. If we were to leave $0 here and it's a general fund need, we wouldn't have money to do that stuff. And the reality of operations is that something's going to come up that we didn't anticipate. So that's the reason why. In addition to that, actually, one important note here, when we have an ending balance that's low, it puts the city at risk. It puts our credit at risk. It puts us on the eyes of powers that be that we don't want, in terms of that level of scrutiny. So the reasons for having this balance is not because we're going to say we're going to spend an extra $3 million. It's really to protect the city and ensure that we're prepared in the event we need to use it. Next slide, please. So the fiscal year 25-26 budget overview. So this all funds budget for the city of Southgate is $153 million if you round up. But the portion available to us for general fund use is $78 million of that. The rest of the money is in all kinds of different funds. So if you look at this pie chart, this blue area here, that's our money we get for operations, really. All the other funds are restricted in one way or another, or designated for a special purpose. When we talk about cuts, the cuts are not really in these areas. The cuts are in the blue. So when we talk about an $8 million operational gap, that's going to require expenditures that will impact the general fund. So when we look at our revenues, our largest source of revenue is our property taxes. We talked about that earlier. 26% of our revenue comes from property taxes. We're anticipated we project to get about 18.6 million. So the property tax estimates, along with the sales tax estimates, are provided to us by HDL, which is one of our consultants, and they're used by almost all cities that I'm aware of for this purpose. They have a tremendous amount of access to data that helps us accurately predict what our property taxes and sales tax revenues are going to be. Aside from that, we have a bunch of different other pots of money. We have business licensing permits, things of that nature. We have a franchise tax, which is roughly 5%. Use of money in property, which is where our investments, where we put the investment money that we get the interest, so to speak. And then we have this other pile of revenue that we can expand on later on. Next slide, please.
Real quick.
Yes.
Local sales tax, that's both 2%, right?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to clear that up because when we implemented that 1 cent sales tax, prior to that, we only had
1%.
the 1. And at that time, when we did that, it was with the anticipation that the state would be implementing an increase in the sales tax. And had they done it, we would not have been able to do that.
That's right, council member. And actually, I would go a step further to say if the city wouldn't have done that, the county would probably have done it for us and took the money.
Exactly. So that was a strategic move that we did back in the day. And again, we've been using the word utility users tax. Other cities have this pie, and they have an additional slice in there, don't they?
They do. And
Okay.
yes, they do.
We'll cover that later, I guess.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
Pardon me, Luis. On this slide, you put 22%. What's the amount of the sales tax? You have amounts for everything else but that one.
Yes, council member, apologies for that. It'll be in the next table. So you're asking about state sales tax, and that'll be the second row there. It's 14.7 million. Yeah. Oh, there's
Can you use the mic? I think we can.
So he was just pointing out that we split up the 1% from the Bradley Burns, and then which is here the second row, and then the 1% that was voted by the people of Southgate, which is this third to last column, a row, sorry. And you'll see that the local sales tax measure passed by the city is almost always going to be just slightly more money than the state sales tax. And that's because a tiny portion of the state sales tax actually goes to the county for transportation. So they're both 1%, but a little slice goes away for the state.
So each one is the 1%.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. So this table here, again, it's just a table version of what we talked about here, but a couple of things that I want to kind of talk about. So HCL is projecting an increase of about 4.8% for property sales tax, property tax. The Bradley Burns state sales tax is it's a modest. It's not even a percent when you compare it to last adopted budget. And then the franchise tax at 10.9%. we will go more into detail on the forecasting element of these revenues a little bit later on today. So the general fund expenditures by department. This is a question that's commonly asked by the public. I believe there was a comment made today about what we're investing in public safety. So when you look at our general fund budget, 55% of it roughly is police. So I think the city does invest heavily in its public safety. The second largest piece of this pie is, of course, our Parks and Rec department. They do a whole ton for this community, and there's a ton of programming there. And then the reason you see public works as and even community development, but mostly public works, such as a small portion and relative to everything else, is because even though they're quite large of an operation, is because they really depend on non-general fund money to pay for positions and a lot of the projects that public works works on. All right. So this next table highlights at a high level what the percentage, and which is really the data that you saw in a graphical form, but in a table form. What's added here, though, is a column on vacancies. So traditionally, I don't want to say traditionally because I don't know Southgate's practices, but most cities, when they budget, when they're preparing their budget, they typically plug in what we call a vacancy factor. So they'll prepare their budget and they'll say, okay, at the end of the year or throughout the year, we typically have, I don't know, 10% of our positions vacant. So they count on that 10% as sort of savings to help kind of balance the budget, so to speak. We took a different approach here, a much more, we think, accurate approach. Rather than just plugging in a percentage vacancy factor, what we did is we worked with our human resources director and looked at all of the vacancies that we have, and we looked and projected out when we believed these positions will be filled. And the reason we did that was so that if we know based on our process that a position is not going to be filled until September or October, those extra 2 months that would have been sitting there unused are actually being used elsewhere to help balance the budget. And it's a prorated approach. In addition to that, and we'll probably get into it really soon in the next couple of slides, but I'll preview it now. This budget, in order to balance it, the city manager gave direction to the department heads to identify $1 million worth of cuts in order to, tighten our belts, so to speak. And in that exercise, departments identified positions that that the city manager has chosen not to fund with the input of the department head. So these are positions that are needed. I want to make that very clear. I think it's important for the public to know these people equal services, and so people are the ones that provide services. So when we make a decision to not fill a position, it's not a decision made lightly, but we know it was a necessary one to help balance the budget. So can we go into the next slide? So we'll go into a little bit of the personnel side now. So in terms of new positions, net adds, we have, and typically when you're in a structural deficit, you wouldn't see requests for ads, but this is a little bit of a unique circumstance because we happen to open 2 new parks, and those parks have to be manned. They have to be manned. They have to be staffed. So you'll see that there's 4 positions that were approved, and those positions are directly related to the, actually 3 of those positions are directly related to the parks. One of them actually is a reclass, so it's just change of classification.
Just to clarify, Louis, so we have a brand new park,
Oh,
Urban
one
Orchard.
park?
So that's requires, it's a very large park. It has lots of landscaping, it has facilities, it has services, lots of programs will be there, and it's brand new. And with the great news that that entire facility was built on grant funding without any general fund contribution, operating it does have a cost. And so we've identified that. In addition, 2 additional parks have been greatly enhanced, Hollydale Park as well as Circle Park. Circle Park to be open shortly, as well as Urban Orchard. That requires, there'll be more programs, more things to maintain, and again, getting the staffing necessary to operate and maintain what we built is tough to find other options other than adding those staff. So that's the connection to those positions and why they're a net request for an ad.
Thank you for that. I said 2 parks, I meant 2 positions, but moving to the next slide, this one will show you the line item detail of what those positions are. For the parks, I believe it's going to be the grounds maintenance worker and this parks facility maintenance worker. I think this facilities maintenance technician is also for the park. I'm not sure.
Yeah, there's
Okay.
2 components to maintenance of city parks. There's ground maintenance that is performed by Parks and Rec, and there's facility maintenance that is performed by Public Works. So that facility maintenance technician is the only position we're adding for the Public Works maintenance side of things.
Yes. And then so the cross connection control specialist is not general fund. So, all right. So I talked a little bit about did it skip a slide? Sorry, I might have skipped a slide. I did. So on the prorated vacancy savings, here you'll see a detailed view of the positions that were prorated. We have 19 positions that were prorated for some period of time. And again, most of them were general fund. And by prorating 19 positions, we found approximately, not we found, but there's an estimate of $236,000 there. When you compare that, or sorry, when you add the other funds involved in those positions, we're looking at a number of about $420,000.
Turn on your mic.
What do you mean by prorated? I mean,
Sure. I can go back. What we did is we worked with human resources to identify or estimate when we will fill the position. So the fiscal year starts July 1st. If in collaboration with the departments and human resources, we determine that, I'm going to make up a position, a clerk isn't going to be filled until September or October, that's 2 or 3 months into the year. Normally, this money would just be sitting there, and at the end of the year would be considered salary savings. Rather than do that approach, we're counting those months as savings up front, and then we're taking those savings and freeing up that money, so to speak, to be able to program it in other places. The next slide is the unfunded positions. So the city manager's budget is proposing unfunding 17 positions for this year. It's important to note that they are vacant positions, and they're spread throughout all of our departments. And so the freezing of these positions is estimated to save approximately $1.6 million in general fund monies. And there's a bit of those positions funded by other sources. So we're looking at a total of about 1.8, 1.9 if you round up. Here's the kind of the state of our current vacancies. So there's about 36 vacancies in addition to the 17 that I talked about earlier, the 17 that are being unfunded. And that's kind of the dollar amount for those. Next slide, please.
Louis,
Yes, go
just
ahead.
wanted to get confirmation. So
Yeah.
our total vacancies, I believe, is like 55 currently, right?
Approximately.
Approximately. So it's the 36 that vacancies by department plus the
17.
17 that's not going to be funded.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And then going into rising costs. So I want to kind of go through the drivers of the increases from fiscal year 24-25 to now. You'll see two sections on this slide, but you'll also see that some of these are uncontrollable, which I've kind of separated out on the bottom. And it's not to be repetitive, but it's to highlight that of these key drivers, many of them are non-controllable cost increases that we'll get into. First, we've been trying to fill our vacant positions, which is a kind of a normal thing to try to do. But we've had so many vacancies for so long that, cities can kind of get used to having this pot of money just to play with. But the reality is when you start filling the positions, then it's a whole nother story. The use of ARPA money was used in several of the past years that I could see to offset public safety personnel costs. Not really just personnel costs, really it was used programmatically for other things as well, especially things that helped. There's programs that were intended for the community with this money. There's been increases in our unfunded actuarial liabilities, and that's essentially pension costs. We don't control that. That's something that is determined at CalPERS at the state level. There's health insurance increases. And we can go through some of these, but some of these costs, let me see if I could pull it up. So I'll give you an example. Between 24 and 25, medical insurance rates are increasing by 10%, and that's just 1 year. But you can go back in time. In 21-22, the rate increased by 24%. In 2020, 2021, in 1 year, the rate increased 30%. So you can see how these costs, they just balloon, and year over year, they compound. So it might be 10% now, but it'll cost us more than that in the future. And then we have our insurance premiums. So we are part of a group, a risk pool, and we also have our excess insurance. We have workers' compensation coverage and general liability coverage. Insurance premiums are also, going sky high, and we can talk about those later down the line. But it's not unique to Southgate. This is a trend in the insurance industry for a variety of factors that we'd be happy to get into later on. Increases in the cost of labor, goods, and services. So the state of the economy. So it doesn't help that there's a lot of instability, I think, in terms of some decisions being made. So it impacts us. It impacts inflation. It impacts consumer buying, consumer spending. All of those things have a direct impact on our bottom line. And of those, what's outside of our control? Well, unfortunately, it's those big dollars. It's the unfunded actuarial liabilities. The growth between 2019, so the 2019-2020 year to this current year is 4.3 million. And that's an annual general fund cost. And so another way of putting this is, looking back 5 years ago, we didn't have this $4 million responsibility that we have to pay. It wasn't that large. And so we're looking at the trend here, and it goes up between 10 and 15% every year. So I talked about in health insurance rates, there's insurance premiums, increases in cost of goods. There's one thing that I noticed I forgot to put on there, but it's an important one, and that's the fact that the general fund, and this is a larger conversation that will require more extensive discussions by council, but it's the street lighting and landscape fund. So the city is subsidizing that at the tune of approximately $1.6 million. And that's going into the fiscal year 25-26 year. And in the ideal situation, you would want the street lighting and landscape fund to be self-funded. But it is what it is. So moving on.
But can you just touch on that a little bit on just what generates the revenue for the street and landscaping fund?
Yeah. Do you want to go? Okay.
Because I want to make sure that, the residents are aware of that.
We can defer to Arturo. Do you want to take that one?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, City Manager. So the city has a street lighting and landscape maintenance district that covers all the properties within the city. Many years ago, the district was established for the purpose of maintaining lighting systems and landscaping systems in the public right of way. There's an assessment that is applied to every property. That assessment has been in place for maybe 30 years without any increases. And so right now it's generating somewhere in the $2 million range, where our costs are continuing to escalate to over $3.5 million. But it is a revenue source that comes from property owners. Every property pays a certain amount based on the length of their frontage, as that is what's used to calculate the benefit to their property, but it is an annual assessment.
And just to reiterate your statement, it has not been increased in 30 years.
In approximately 30 years, yeah.
Okay.
What percentage do residents pay?
It's not a percentage that they're paying. Residents are paying, I believe, $2.36 per adjusted front footage, which means, and don't quote me on that rate, but it's somewhere around there. What it means is it's based on how many feet long your frontage of the property is. So if it's 100 feet long, you multiply that times the rate, and so that'd be over $200 for a property with a frontage of 100 feet to in length. So it's a rate per foot.
What's the average of the frontage for a home here in Southgate, more or less?
I don't know the average. What I do know is that we have a lot of really small lots throughout the city. Many of them, when I've looked at them, are somewhere in the 40 to 50 range. And we've looked at them in terms of parking because, just a driveway alone covers a big part of the frontage. So 40 to 50 is the most common. I know there are properties in some places where they're a little bit larger, but they're otherwise small.
Yeah, just for information purposes, Councilwoman, I pay about $115, and I have around 50, close to 50 feet in the front. But I know some properties get charged for this side and this side of your corner street. So
Is that accurate?
No, that's not accurate.
It's just the
I,
front.
yeah, so
Oh,
those
okay.
properties that are on corners, you take the average of, you take the longest length of the property frontage, and so you don't pay
for both.
twice.
Okay,
You don't,
good
yeah.
to know.
So general fund has been subsidizing all this.
Yes, and the issue may be even worse than that, because there's what the general fund subsidizes, and then there's costs that we're attributing or programs that we have funded with other funds like gas tax that should be charged for that. So 3.6 or 3.7, I believe, is what you're seeing the general fund subsidize, but the whole is much greater than that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Madam Mayor, if I may
Yes, go
ask
ahead.
Luis a question.
Sure.
So I'm looking at increases of the UAL, increases of healthcare. You just gave us some numbers, but they're not on here. Can you make sure that they get on there before this goes out to the community? Because the more transparent we are, the greater the understanding is going to be as to how much we've covered for medical in the last 5 years, just to give everybody a good understanding of what those costs have looked like.
Yes, we can put something together that we can distribute to council and then post on the website. This presentation is in many ways like this is part of the agenda packet. We can amend it and add attachments, and maybe I'll put a table for each of these. if that would
I
help.
think that would be helpful,
Okay.
just so that we can have a clear understanding of where we started 5 years ago and where we're at today.
Absolutely. Yes, something we can do. And then I'll make sure that we also email it to all of you so you have that information.
And again, it's for all of these, because I think it'll give us a better visual, a better understanding. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Luis, I just want, so it looks like a lot of these costs are not controlled, all even on the key drivers, right? It looks like only two, really, all of these costs are really, it seems like we can't really control them.
Yeah, and we, we can get into more of this as we talk about revenues and later workshops, and as we discuss the budget more. To be honest, I think the city has done a good job in managing costs historically, and I'll commend all of you for doing that. If you start totaling up things in terms of cost increases and the inflation and how much these things have gone up, that dollar amount is far bigger than the hole that we're in. Meaning, if anything, we have over time tightened our belts when needed to absorb some of this increases in the past. But it's getting to a point where tightening your belt is just not enough.
And just to add a little bit more to this, this is something that we've talked about. This council has been trying to keep the cost to our residents down. And the fact that we were doing really well, and again, for those people that don't know, when Maria and I started here about 20 years ago, through the unfortunate corruption that existed back then, we only had about $100,000 in reserve. So those of you who are new to the city know that we only had about $100,000 in reserve. But we were able to move that dollar amount up, still providing the services. And because if you listen back to the meetings going back to 2020, I was bringing up the street light and landscaping fund. I was bringing up the sewer fund. I was bringing up all these other areas where we're paying out of general fund to subsidize them. So this is not new, but the council, we all agreed that let's keep the fees down to the residents. And so we never really argued that point. But this is something that we could have addressed a long time ago. Not to mention the UUT, and again, the second time I mentioned it tonight. But these are very serious issues. One is the controlling of the cost by making sure that everybody, and we are part of everybody, by the way. We have property taxes that we have to pay. And these things are things that we need to be paying into. That's why I was telling Mr. Rios here, who has a corner lot, he thought he had to pay double or at least a little bit more. And for his benefit, I'm glad we cleared that up. It's only the front part, Mr. Rios. But
it
these are
feels
things
like
that we've
all
been
of it,
talking
yeah.
about for a long time. Yeah. And so again, but it's time we need to start addressing it. And that's why we're here tonight. And I'm glad you're painting the gloomy picture, but you're also identifying that these are costs that are out of our control. These are not self-inflicted wounds.
Right. And again, the city has a choice. The city council has a choice here. So something has to be done, right? You guys have several options that will be presented and discussed as we go through this process. But the important thing is, to understand, and it sounds like you guys really do well understand that there's a lot of these costs that really we have no control over. I wanna go into the next slide here, because I think it does a really good job of looking at our general fund revenues and expenses going back a decade. So I'm going to use my little fancy pointer here, but if you look at this green line, that green line represents our revenues. And it's pretty normal to see a steady increase. Again, could range from 2 to 5% per year, but roughly that. And you'll see this jump up here. During times of a strong economy, it might be higher than that. And then if you look at our expenditures, so this big old blip, it's an anomaly because of ARPA funds, right? So we got a huge influx of money from the feds. But in general, you'll see that these two lines tend to follow each other pretty closely. And if you look at the last 2-3 years, I mean, a pretty really good job of keeping expenses and revenues in line, which shows good management here. But if you start looking here into the current year, you start seeing this spread, and this spread is again driven by these cost factors that I went over earlier. As much as we want to close this gap, we're at a point where again we've made decisions to cut certain things that you'll hear from departments, including unfunding some positions to try to close this gap. Without those actions, this would have been a little bit wider, but it's clear that it's not enough, right? And so I think that's part of the policy discussion that we'll have to get into in the future. Next slide. This is really Art's bread and butter. So I'm going to do a horrible job in trying to talk about this, but I'm gonna be really quick. So again, the city owns and maintains a variety of infrastructure. We have roads, some bridges, building and facilities, parks, water and sewer infrastructure. All of those things lead to a need to maintain them. Sometimes a need to do significant work in these areas, and that's where the capital improvement program or the capital improvement plan kicks in. So again, this is for the benefit of the community who may not be so familiar with this stuff. In the next slide, oh sorry, we're passing out goodies. So about the CIP, it's funding that either improves existing infrastructure or creates new infrastructure. The unique thing about CIP budgets is that they're rolling budgets. Since projects take multiple years to implement and complete, there are restrictions on funding sources, which are a big driver of what gets funded. Primarily, CIP projects in an ideal world will be funded with money other than general fund. And that's kind of what we try to stick to, but sometimes it's not possible. And then if you go into the next slide here, often the community asks, well, how do these projects get prioritized? How do we determine, that street gets paved and the other street doesn't? Well, it's short answer is, or the attorney answer is, it's complicated. There's a variety of different factors here. Legal compliance, the risk factor, the condition and of the asset and the level of service required, equal and equitable community investment. So not paying attention too much to one area of the city and neglecting another. Sustainability and conservation. The funding, what is available to use? How quickly can we get these projects off the road? The project readiness piece. And whenever there's an opportunity to get multiple benefits out of a project, and I've seen other cities, and I'm sure it's the case here, where there's a dig once policy or something like that, where if you know you're going to tear up a street, well, you might as well see if there's other projects that you can kind of bundle in there that has to do with maybe replacing water lines or sewer lines, since you're going to be digging up the street anyway. That's kind of what that means. And then you have the fiscal year 25-26 CIP budget. So one of the things I want to mention is that unlike prior years, in prior years, you've had a 5-year CIP presented as part of the budget. That's not going to be the case this time. What you're going to see is a request for a carryover of the money needed on a variety of projects that are in the pipeline into the next fiscal year. In July or August, I don't actually want to put a time frame because I'm not sure when Art plans to do it, but in the very near future, the Public Works Department is going to present a comprehensive 5-year CIP and bring that to council for discussion. And that's going to be a part of a separate item. But the action in terms of the proposed budget is to take the amount that's projected to be left from these projects that are still going to be needed into the new year so that those projects can continue to be funded. Did I miss it? Okay. All right. I'll go really quickly here. Projects are all, split by different categories. We tried our best on our side to kind of categorize them, but I think Art has a better way maybe of categorizing them. So just these may differ than his categories, but they fall into one of many. Funding source. So here is kind of what I want to highlight. General fund, tiny little sliver here. And that's a good thing because general fund money is precious. Not that other money isn't precious, but there's one more precious than the other. So then we got a bunch of grants here, federal and state grants. We got some enterprise funds or restricted funds that are coming from your water and sewer, and a bunch of other little pieces here. All right. Now the future. So the outlook, the forecast, it doesn't look rosy. So I want to kind of walk through this. So these projections have built-in growth rates that we use, and we use really modest growth rates of 2 to 3%. But things compound year over year. So the proposed budget is the second column here. So we talked about these numbers. These numbers should look familiar. The ending fund balance, which is how much money we have in the bank, is 3.149 at the time of adoption, if this gets adopted as it is. If you look in these 3 years, these are all forecasted years, you'll see that revenues are a little flat in the upcoming year. And I talked about some of the economic reasons why. And then some minimal increases in the next 2 years. Our expenditures, again, there's growth rates here. And you see the growth rate go from 78, 79, almost 80 to 82 to 85 in year 3. The net revenues over or under expenditures. This is your deficit number. So we plugged this hole this year, roughly $7-8 million. We'll have an even bigger hole next year of about 9.7 million. And just as a reminder, we're talking about a budget of $78 million. So this is a large portion of that. In 27-28, we're projecting a deficit of about $11 million and about $11.5 million in 28-29. If you look at your ending fund balance, this reserve money that I put into the bank as a safety net gets swallowed up and some in the upcoming year. And so a couple of quick things. This assumes no recession. So if we do enter a recession, we'll need to go back and revise these numbers, and the numbers will change, not for the better, right? This also assumes no resurgence of any pandemic. I know that seems like a long shot, but who knows? We never expected COVID to be here. Factors and revenue projections. I talked about growth rates that were factored in. This also assumes that the vacancy savings that we're currently experiencing continue. So if staffing levels change, they're going to impact these. What's plugged into these here is the current negotiated contracts with the unions. So those costs that are associated with those contracts are built into this model. If there is additional increases in future years, because we did put in a plug in the proposed budget to account for the fact that we're in negotiations and something may happen. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. If it happens, it happens. But we're planning for it, just to be ready. But that's not the case for future years, so we'll need to account for those in those years, depending on what happens there. Any questions? I think that
yes, I do have just a clarifying question. So this picture that you're painting in this slide is if we do nothing.
That's right.
If we're not making any proposed cuts, if we just keep at their current rate, this is what would happen.
Yes.
Okay.
This assumes we do nothing.
Luis, how did we get, because I guess you guys were doing a lot of work, right? But I know on the weekend and everything, we were projecting 4 or 5 million. Now we're at 8, right?
Or where is the 4 or 5 million?
Or is that, or it's not here? I mean, I thought somebody said 8. So we're looking at.
Well, so if you look at this year,
because I guess we were always told that it was about 5 million, right? 4 or 5 million, and now I'm seeing 8.
Yeah, I can help explain that. I appreciate the question. The structural deficit is, and that's where we'll get more information in, to you in the attachments and for further discussion at future meetings. This explosive growth in UAL, in healthcare, health benefits, and in insurance premiums has added millions of dollars per year. So in the last number of years, ARPA funding has been legally used to offset some of those costs. So the ability to clearly see all the numbers with this like 3-year smoothing that occurred with ARPA made it difficult to see clearly the magnitude of the growth. And so we're able to, in the deeper dive that we took this year and going line by line, we're able to uncover the real number. And so, yes, that 4 to 5 was several years ago, and it kept growing sort of behind the scenes with the ARPA money creating enough funding to make things work. And now that that's expired, we're into, sadly, the $8 million range.
And council member, I think I can speak to that just in a little more detail so you have the picture. So in fiscal year 22, about $10 million of ARPA funds were used to help support operations in one way or another. In 23, that's about 3.9 million. In 24, that's about 6.4. And year to date, it's about 6.2. And so those are significant numbers that for the last 4 years, the city has been used to, that it's just not available anymore moving forward.
Thank you.
All right. So the next slide, or really not the next slide, the next portion of tonight, we're going to be getting into department presentations. Departments are going to spend a couple of minutes, and I know that this is really cramped, so we apologize for that. There's going to be a lot of presenting happening. The departments will go through their presentations at a high level. Please keep in mind that there's high level summaries by fund in those, but what's going to happen is you all are going to get distributed detailed line items for each department that will help explain the story, and you guys can dive in or ask your questions as we go through this process in the future.
Okay, we have a couple of questions from our city attorney.
More of just a comment in general.
Sure.
And I just wrote down some notes for myself just so I could share them. So as we're reviewing the proposed budget for our fiscal year 25, 26, I want to be honest and transparent about what's concerning me. Despite some expected revenue growth, our expenditures are projected to outpace our income by more than $7 million this year. To close that gap, the staff has done a good job, and proposing some transfers in, and also $3.4 million from our reserves, but reserves that are intended to protect us during emergencies and economic downturns. Using that one-time reserves to cover ongoing costs is a warning sign for all of us. That's why I believe we need to have a serious discussion, not only between us and council and the city staff, but with the entire community about how we bring our budget back into a long-term balance. There's smart, responsible adjustments we can make, and yes, that's going to mean delaying expenditures and trimming where possible. Careful steps that would allow us to protect essential services while easing our reliance on reserves. I also want to acknowledge a difficult truth. Over 70% of our general fund is spent on salaries and benefits. That's not unique to Southgate. Many cities are structured in this way, but it means that achieving a real savings will take discipline, collaboration, and a tough decision or decisions. Later today, you will review budget balancing action plans. That is a proposed, potential $4.5 million in cuts. That action plan is projected for 26, 27. So that means for next year. That plan, in my opinion, needs to be enacted this year. That $4.5 million needs to be saved this year. So if we're facing an $8 million potential shortfall next year, that eases that by $4.5 million. But the council has a very difficult decision to make, and that's really where new revenue sources come from. If not, then the truth that we've seen within the forecast becomes a reality. And there's no way of going around that. So, we do owe it to our residents to be honest about our finances, and, kicking the can down the road will only make the next year budget cycle much harder. And so tonight, I'm just asking that we view this not just as a budget discussion, but an opportunity to, push a complete reset to our financial path to make this budget structurally sound without eroding the public trust. Thank you.
Thank you, City Treasurer. Councilwoman, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm shocked, to say the least. $8 million. When we had our previous finance director, it was projected at 5. And before that, our former finance director, who came on after our initial finance director left, at the time that I first came on council, I was told, don't worry, we're good. When you say structural deficit and the fact that it was not accounted correctly, trying to wrap my head around that one, because the city got awards, if I'm not mistaken, by the finance organization saying that we had done such a superb job and our audits were great. This is not reflective of that. So I'm really going to have to sit down and look at line by line to understand what happened. Secondly, where are our investments? Because I know we were doing very well in our investments. So my question is, can't we pull those investments to make sure that we have a balanced budget? Isn't that what investments are for, to pull them when we need them?
Councilmember, I would recommend against that. If you needed to tap into money to balance the budget, I would recommend using reserves. Your investments bring in, I think it's $2 million a year. We'll have to look at
I
that.
would say let's look into that, because again, if we're going to be transparent with the community, that's being transparent. This is what we have in investments. This is how much we have. This is how much we can pull. This is where our deficits are. This is how we're going to plug it in. That's great that we were able to use ARPA during the time that it was here. We don't have that anymore. So I want to make that clear. We don't have ARPA, so we're going to need to look wherever we can to make sure we fill in those gaps.
Yes.
So I think being honest and transparent and enlightening the community and enlightening this council, because again, I was told we're fine. It was only going to be about $5 million and now it's 8. It's really shocking, to say the least. Thank you.
I would, Madam Mayor, if I
Yes,
can.
go ahead, Vice
Regarding the investments, and I think something that I would like to be added to it is also the timeframes. I know a lot of our investments are in CDs and bonds that are time restrictive, that would be penalties if we withdraw early or any of that sort, just if we can get to that detail, because a lot of those funds are held up for a period of time. It's not something that is like accessible like a debit card or for the city. So just to get that full picture, please.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Luis. So who's first in presenting?
We're going to run straight to, let Louis stay on the mic, right?
Yes.
Administrative Services.
So I'll kick it off, and I know you guys are tired of hearing my voice, so I will be relatively quick here. This is. Did we pull up the admin services? Sorry, we have to jump into a different presentation.
You didn't reference, Luis, you didn't reference the service and tax survey.
Yes, we'll be touching back on that in part, I don't know, 3 with our city manager. So I'll just go over it really quickly. Admin services is the city's finance department and also its IT department. So we have our accounting, accounts payable, accounts receivables, payroll. All of those functions live within budgeting, obviously purchasing, live within admin services, we also have an important customer service element to our operation, which is our utility customer service. So we also handle utility billing and utility customer service, including business licensing in our department. So we have a bunch of different operations. We have our accounting and finance team. We have our business license division, which in the near future, actually within the next 2 months, we'll be going live with our HDL online business licensing project. We have our customer service team, like I mentioned, and our AT team, who supports over 260 computers, is working on implementing a technology master plan, and recently upgraded our phone systems. In terms of accomplishments, when I say we, I'm now a part of the we, but last year there was a balanced budget that was submitted. And yes, we did receive a certificate of achievement from the GFOA for excellence in financial reporting. We also initiated the process for replacing the city's ERP system before I got here. However, I think we're going to look at that approach and maybe revisit that. So potentially looking at issuing a new RFP. But again, this is going to depend on whether we could even afford it. And this is one of those things where we'll have to have further discussions on whether or not the existing system can continue to live on.
What is that?
Oh, I'm sorry.
does that stand
So our enterprise resource planning system is just a fancy word for our financial system. Now, there's different levels or types of ERP systems. We happen to have a system here that is pretty robust in its capabilities. And so there's the payroll component to it. There's the financials, the reports. There's a budgeting portion or a module. There's the HR component of it. All of it kind of rolls in. HR has different systems, but this one is the one where we hold the money.
So I thought we purchased one not too long, the previous,
No,
we
council
were
member,
looking into it, or?
ERP.
Yeah, just to confirm, we did set aside some money to look at refreshing it, but we didn't spend it. We were holding to look into it, and as our finances came into clearer focus, we determined that it's not the time to invest there, that we want to hold off any major investments till we sort of figure out our future. So
But
we're
it's
still on an old
It's a good
system.
tool, but it costs, huh?
The new one costs a lot. The old one would be sufficient, but they're ending support because it's sold in 27.
Yes.
Yeah.
In about a year and a half.
And it also does our water billing.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's an important backbone, but one step at a time.
So we're working internally on a bunch of different things. I mean, this is only my fourth week, so I'm still trying to wrap my head around things. But we'll go through some internal things. General fund summary. Again, when we're looking at this table here, personnel, supplies, and services. There's not a whole lot of change from adopted. There is a decrease on the personnel side. And then there's a slight decrease in the supplies and services. On the next slide here, we have 25 full-time employees in finance, and our department touches all of these different funds. On the general fund side, which is what I'll focus on, there is a reduction in our budget from the adopted 24-25 by a couple $100,000. On the operational side, again, focused on a general fund, you'll see a slight reduction of about $20,000-$30,000 from the last year's adopted budget. Some key things that you'll see in this adopted budget, we've reclassed this already occurred, but I wanted to memorialize it here. We've reclassed the deputy finance director position to an accounting and finance manager position. We felt that was an important change that needed to be made to help the organizational structure. and also provided some cost savings to the city. A deputy director is more expensive than an accounting manager. And we also reclassed the budget and finance manager to the budget and procurement manager. Essentially, what we did there is we looked at both of those positions, which are the only two foremost division managers in the department. And I worked with the city manager and John Downs to ensure that the roles and responsibilities were clearly defined for each role. So that's the change there. And so budget balancing actions for this year. So we're freezing the business license inspector. Again, this operational impact of that is that, business license complaints will need to be handled by either code enforcement or police. That's something that internally has been worked out. When we move to HDL, they don't have a physical presence in our city. It's a virtual or remote kind of thing. But they do some business license enforcement remotely. That is projected to get us some additional revenue. And that's a repetitive thing. So in terms of future cuts, and I apologize I was so vague here, but we're so early on, we're going to have to identify what positions they are. But the reality is, if we're going to make such a large cut, and whether it's now or in the future, it's going to require a reduction in our FTE count, because again, that's 70% of our costs. So I'm going to propose that we eliminate all part-time positions and at least 2 full-time positions. The impact, go ahead.
Yeah, Louis, just back up one slide. So just to help clarify the pattern you'll see on all these departmental conversations is the first action in the proposed budget would be this slide, the 25-26. So that's something that the directors and I have worked out that would be workable within the current staffing structure without eliminating, existing people, kind of limiting the harsh change while we talk through and coordinate what our longer term vision is. And then the second slide in this case would be the 26-27, which would be the July 1st of next year, sort of tough cuts. Now the dates could be adjusted, but this is giving a chance for us all to think through the options without sort of rapidly trying to make a serious change of staffing, figuring out in short order exactly how we do these reductions without being mindful of all the options ahead of us. But that's what you'll see is the proposal is for the actual budget is the first slide, and then the much harsher cut is at this point proposed for next year.
Right, and again with any cuts, so we're a pretty slim department at 25 people. So whatever those impacts are, I'll make sure to communicate them. But I can look at any area. So if we cut if we look at cutting accounting, that's a significant potential risk for the city, right? Because that's who tracks our money. We have very limited accounting staff anyway, and they're hard to hire. But in times like this, in the event that we have to make this decision, if we cut there's an understanding that there's going to be impacts. Maybe there's a delay in when we get the audit done or when we get the budget done. If we look at accounts payable, it means that the bills are going to take a little bit longer to get paid. But again, it's one of those things, sir.
I have a question.
Ma'am.
Now, the elimination of the full-time positions, I know it's next year, but are these the vacant or they're?
So there's always going to be an intent, or I would hope that an intent to look at vacant positions first. Our priority is not to have somebody just kicked out essentially, and even in the event that in the unfortunate circumstance, a rare circumstance that a department is fully filled, there would be attempts to find another home for them within the city before we even talk about a layoff.
Yeah, I'll just echo that. That's my personal philosophy, and I think it echoes the care that I see our council have for our staff, as we are part of a single team to take on the challenges of looking after Southgate and to be mindful of the efforts that our staff put in and the families they support. my philosophy would be to be cautious and caring in how we treat our staff, look to every opportunity if cuts are to happen to focus on vacancies. However, they don't always sit equally spread. So we'd need some time to really think through how to caringly adjust staffing, avoiding as much impacts to people as possible.
And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions?
Yeah.
Okay, let's, go ahead.
Real quick. So you just covered one department, but I was thinking of the whole, are we going to, there's no likely to be any cuts this year, this first year, right? The 25, 26, or yes?
No,
We know
so the
yet?
first slide is the cuts, and then the second slide is next year. So each department has a cuts for this year proposed, and then a much more severe look at potentially for next year. So there are cuts totaling 1.2 million for the numbers you'll see here. That's the reduction.
Okay. Human resources.
Good evening, council. I'll try to make this as brief as possible as well. Human resources currently staffed with 7 people. There's been no change. We've had 0 loss, so we've maintained the same hardworking staff that we have since the last presentation last year. We're divided into divisions. We have a personnel side and a risk management side. And those 2 sides handle things from recruitment to benefits administration. We deal with workers' compensation, labor relations, insurance, everything that helps run what's necessary to keep our staff and our city free from any risk that we can possibly administer, as well as making sure our employees are taken care of. Over the last year, we hired 44 new employees. Those are 20 full-time and 24 hourly employees. But more importantly, we were able to promote 37 employees within our own organization to 29 full-time positions and 8 hourly. We also, through labor negotiations, reached agreements with 2 of our associations, consolidated an MOU with another association, and consolidated our executive management terms and conditions into one document. We're continuing to modernize with our current budget that we have our HR processes to make them into an electronic format. And this is integrating into, like Lewis had said, we have a HR software which we use through NeoGov, and this is helping to facilitate efficiency in our processes, speeding up recruitments, assisting with training, and monitoring our employees to make sure that we are on top of everything we possibly can to make sure they're taken care of. And we've also revised some of our policies internally. Quick overview of our budget summary here. You'll see what the personnel and supplies are proposed for the next year, and you'll see that we have cut some in the supplies and services there. Next slide. This is the personnel and similar projection in our risk management. Next slide. And then this is a very big overview. And the one that I want to show you is you can see that there's in the general fund, we have made some cuts, as I'll explain later. But you'll see in the insurance there's a pretty substantial jump. And that's important because that's some of these uncontrolled costs that we are facing that we have no ability to control. So in the next slide, you'll see that each year the cost of our liability insurance, this is what we use in the event that the city is sued, and we have the ability to cover ourselves against whatever type of lawsuits we even hit. Our workers' compensation administration, as well as claims that the city may have, and the increasing cost of medical insurance premiums. And these are all increasing at a rapid rate. Now, since 2019, our different insurance carriers have taken significant steps to improve their profitability and to recover their costs. And this is due, as you can see, to some of the factors that they're having to deal with. One of the huge factors are natural disasters. So all these hurricanes that are occurring around the country that are costing billions of dollars, those insurance companies that are national companies are finding ways to recover the costs that they have to put out to be able to rebuild. Even here locally, the fires that we have in California, and just recently the fires in Malibu and in Altadena, those are all tremendous costs that these insurance companies are going to have to recover. This is looking at the inflationary costs of supplies as well as labor. They're still constantly looking at that potential recession. They have divestment policies that are making so their investments are not as growing as well. Plus the no tort limits in California. And what this means is that we have actually tried to shop around to get into better, particular our liability insurance premiums, because we have a group that we belong to, and I've actually personally spoken to one of the general managers of another group who said, "I'm sorry, we're not going to take you. You guys are in LA County, and the way that the juries here handle verdicts is just too much exposure because they're overly generous, let's just say, to plaintiffs here in this county." And they just looked at us as a LA County and said, "I'm sorry, you guys are too big of a risk." So it's limiting the amount of places that we can go and shop for better premiums. And that helps explain why uncontrolled costs that we're experiencing of $2 million is really based upon we need these insurances, but we have to pay for them because of all these external factors taking place. Next slide. So some of the things that Human Resources done, most of our budget is non-discretionary because it involves these insurances and coverages, but some of the stuff that we've done in Human Resources to assist in this coming year's balancing of the budget is we're canceling our lunch and learn trainings for our employees, which were to benefit them and provide them information to assist in their career development. We're canceling the Training and Leadership Academy for supervisors and managers. We're canceling the attendance, one of the attendance of the conferences that I would go to, simply because we're trying to make every possible cut that we can. Next slide. Now for future cuts, these are much more substantial, and you'll see I spoke to you about that HR software program that we use that helps improve efficiencies. Well, we would cancel the subscription to that, and that's a $50,000 cut. But it will incredibly slow down the way we do our service delivery to our employees, to prospective applicants. You also see that we're removing things for extra recruitment advertising, all human resources staff training, which would also be cut, which would impact our ability to stay on top of some of the laws. We'll do our best that we can. But you can see that these are all adding up to some savings. Next slide, please. And also part of what Human Resources budget has is the Employee Recognition Committee, which is one of the fundamental ways that we maintain morale amongst our employees. This is our employee recognition dinner. These are types of things where we recognize employees for the good work they've done. This is be a $77,300 annual savings. Also not on here is likely the requirement that Human Resources, of those 7 good employees, one of them may have to be moved hopefully to another place, or at least a position eliminated from Human Resources. Next slide. And that's all I have. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Actually, it's more of a comment. And, I'm glad you're pointing out those things that are going to be savings. The reality is that that's not savings, because it's costing us the ability to improve the services that we offer. And, we've been talking about this as a council for years, that the revenues that we're getting, what's revenue? It's taxes. There's accusations that we have the highest taxes in the nation, and we don't address that. We allow that misinformation to go on. And because of that, we hold back on doing the right thing. We finally took care of the convenience fee. We finally took care of the sewer fund. Both combined roughly about $1 million right there. But we've been throwing that money away for years, not addressing it. Same thing with the street light and landscaping fund. You said 1.6 million. I think it's probably going to be a little bit higher than that. And we're going to have to make that up out of general fund. That's not our employees' fault. You know, we need to start addressing these things. These are the tough decisions we got to make. Training employees, that's huge. It allows them to better serve our community. And again, I get it right now, short term, but we're really going to have to look at this and decide how to increase revenue to offset those leaks that are going out. The sewer fund, I'm glad we finally took care of that, baby. But we got other things. And then you have cities that we're compared to, but they have additional money coming in. And that's unfair to our residents. You know, so whatever action we take will be impacted by that too. The cutting of services, not a good thing. You know, the inability to respond to police calls, to have our employees work mandatory overtime because we don't have enough staff, that's unacceptable. Don't want to get going up. Well, I'll just wait till later, but you can see my frustration because I've been talking about this for the longest time.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And the fear of angering residents and allowing the misinformation out there is ridiculous. Enough is enough. We're going to have to deal with this properly.
All right. Thank you, Councilman. I woke up with that. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Can we go to the first slide? I don't tell you, we have a full-service law enforcement agency that provides service 24/7. If you look at the full-time employees and the part-time employees, we technically have 142.65 full-time employees. And what we were able to do several years ago is divide up the entire department in divisions, a little bit more broken down prior to the 3 divisions that we had, which was admin, patrol, and services. So we have patrol, admin, traffic division, detective bureau, jail, dispatch records, crime prevention, and technology. By doing our budget this way, you're able to see much clearer how much each division costs. Next. There's a lot of accomplishments, but these are really noteworthy. There was a reduction in homicides, 44%. It's no surprise that we're seizing firearms at an alarming rate. And if you don't know what ghost guns are, those are manufactured guns using 3D printers that have no serial numbers, and they're very dangerous because you can't track them. Starting to see a trend countywide that ghost guns are getting seized. Despite the 38,000 calls for service, the Part 1 crime response time slightly lower than last year. So we're short-staffed. Calls for service are at an all-time high, but we're getting there in under 4 minutes, which is actually pretty good. There's some cities that will get there in 20 minutes, and they'll think that that's good. I do want to make mention, we talked about vacancies. At any given time during this fiscal year that we're in, we've technically been down 25 police officers. So I'm budgeted 86 police officers, but if you look at the number of vacancies, people that are off on injuries, long-term injuries, people that are in training that are not self-sufficient to be a patrol officer by themselves, or people that are in the police academy that are not useful to us until they get through the academy training and on their own. At any given time, I'm down 25 bodies. 17 years ago, we were at 96. That was the last time we were fully staffed for patrol officers. 96. I'm budgeted 86. We've been running about 70. So very impressive to the law enforcement officers in Southgate that have been able to do more with less, which we go into the community events. We still do the staple community events. We did 32 events last year. Very impressive, because I'm willing to bet that most law enforcement agencies don't even do half of that. We're short-staffed, but we're talking about budget and potential cuts, and I'll talk about that in the future. But there comes a tipping point where I have to be concerned with the health and wellness of police officers. You can't continue to work at a pace where vacations are not being taken, excessive hours are working, they're working. There's a trend of police suicides across the country, and I don't want us to be in that statistic. So we have to be mindful. That's why I invest in wellness programs. We were fortunate enough to get a wellness grant several years ago from the state, and we're using it through our Dr. Gallivan's been able to come out and do some things with our not just police officers, but everyone. We've used that money to, most recently this week, we repaired a lot of equipment in the gym. Part of our wellness program. It gets used a lot. So those are the types of things that we've been able to do despite our staffing levels. Next slide. Our personnel costs, we're most of the police department budget is in our personnel costs. If you notice, supplies and services going into the fiscal year 25-26 year, it's the reason why that's gone up is asset forfeiture has sustained the police department for the better part of 30 years. Every year, consistently, we've been receiving about $1 million, which has helped us for law enforcement equipment, police cars, detective bureau cars, equipment, training. That a lot of that money actually helped us launch our body cam program. It was about $500,000 up front to get it going. Now we're sustaining that with $40,000, $50,000 every year with a grant. But that asset forfeiture is the well's running dry. We're not seeing the seizures like we used to simply because the money laundering techniques are changing. So we don't have the access to that. We're getting a lot of drugs off the street, which is what we should do because most of those drugs run through the southeast cities. It's terrible, but the narco detectives are doing a good job keeping the kids safe. So at some point in time, the expenditures that we've been taking every year using asset forfeiture funds is going to have to be transferred to general fund, or we got to stop buying that equipment, cars, body cams. I mean, if there may come a time where that piece of technology, which is game changers, it's a game changer in policing. We've been able to reduce complaints. We've actually it saved us in litigation. We can disprove what things are being said, but if we don't have the money to sustain a body cam program, we just got to go back to our archaic ways and not have it. There's certain technology that's paid out of general fund. I do believe that we're working with less people. We're doing a lot more. So training is a very important part of my philosophy, and we're sending people to training that typically you don't see. 24 hours of perishable skills training is required every 2 years from post, the requirement for post, but we go far beyond that. Firearms training, de-escalation, procedural justice, training that actually helps litigation, mitigate litigation. And it's been very important for us. Getting a well-trained staff, moving people around assignments has really been beneficial for the organization. Got a lot of expertise, so I'd like to continue that. Next slide. We do have access to grant funding. In fact, we were just notified recently that an OTS grant looks like we're on pace to get $110,000 this year. In September, we get about $40,000 through the JAG grant, which is the Edward Byrne JAG grant. It's discretionary funds, usually about $40,000, but we use that to help pay for the service for the Axon body cameras. And then we have homeless outreach grant funding through the county that we're able to take advantage of. It's roughly about $38,000 a year that we are allowed to use for reimbursement for police officers to come in and do homeless outreach, encampment cleanups and whatnot. We are working with the county right now to come up with an MOU to help do probation searches. So they are willing to pay law enforcement for us. I mean, if we're going to go out there and check the probationers in our city, I said, why don't we get reimbursed? And the county was open to it. In fact, the MOU is at the county now, getting ready for signature. So we're going to be able to access those funds. And it's just a matter of us trying to look for those funding resources and go after them. Next slide. Next slide. So some of the notable changes, I was a little bothered when I got this news, but SIACA increased their costs. We went up about 3 to 4% this year. What is insane, though, and I actually had to ask the executive director, why is this? So every year we were guaranteed $223,000 return, and that money came from canvassing. So they would go out there, collect money for the licensing, fines, et cetera. That's this year. It's no longer the case. They had indicated that there's no other animal control that offers that. It was something. It was a luxury that we had for many years, so we're not getting that. That's kind of where we're at now. They don't guarantee it, so they'll canvass it, but they won't guarantee it. So if they go out and collect money, they won't guarantee the $223,000.
I'm sorry, Chiefs, but what would be the incentive for them to do their job properly?
It's the same reason, and I asked that same question because I was a little upset, and I you got to ask, but same thing,
right?
Staffing don't have the people. They don't have the people to canvass. If you're not canvassing, you're not collecting. Unfortunately, we're not part of the JPA, and that's what happens when you're not part of that JPA.
You know, we had some other employees here saying that they're not getting paid enough to boot, and here's money that they could. Honestly, man, this.
So
there is no other competitor.
Well, we're gonna explore one viable option for next fiscal year. A local agency, a neighboring agency, has their own animal control program, and I've talked to the chief. They're open to working with us to come up with something that might work for us. The caveat to that is we would have to contract with them for the animal control services. Then we'd have to turn to the county for the sheltering part of it, which isn't really that much of a challenge because they're on Garfield Avenue. So it's going to be a little bit more work, but we are exploring that option. I floated it at the Southeast Chiefs meeting, and the chief in Huntington Park said they're absolutely open to that. There's some things that have to be worked out and asked and whatnot, but certainly it's at least something we'll explore.
Chief?
Yes.
Just to explore. Linwood also has their own animal control. I'm just saying, let's look at both prices and see which one would
Absolutely. Right now, with
Yeah.
with what Siaka has presented,
Yes.
we have to. I mean, we're talking about over $1 million every year. So we have to consider, and we are required by the CDC to have animal control services. That's just the cost of doing business. In this coming fiscal year, we're going to be holding off on hiring 2 crime scene forensic investigators. Those positions are a very specialized position that would be collecting DNA evidence at crime scenes, fingerprints. By not having them, essentially police officers would have to assume those duties. That's where we're at. Potentially, it costs us about $126,000 a year to maintain the body cameras. Remember, that piece of technology isn't just body cameras. It's AI generated report writing. It's helping transcribe. We've got it now where all the information is uploaded into our CAD RMS system. It's a very, very robust piece of equipment. Probably the most expensive piece of equipment that we have, but it's very versatile. It's actually helped us with a lot of the information that we can get to the DA's office as far as evidence, and I'd hate to lose that. And we're starting to test the AI part of it, where you basically it's incredible, the technology, but it'll look at a video and it'll summarize an incident. Now, that's not the final draft, police officers, but a lot of that work is taken up. And again, technology has gone so far, and our job is to try to look at those pieces of technology to reduce police officers' time for doing those duties. And again, right now with our training, we're looking at a succession plan that we want to continuously develop people and looking into the future. I've got a very young police department, and we have to invest in the training. So that's why the $65,000 increase in training. Next slide, please. So again, this year I had mentioned freezing those 2 civilian positions. You know, we can live without those for now in the interest of helping the overall budget. Next slide. This is really what concerns me if we get into the 26-27 fiscal year. We're going to have to freeze and or eliminate 5 vacant police officer positions, which will get us down to about 81 police officers, probably the lowest ever that we've staffed. Eliminate the crossing guard program, and I know you don't like to hear that, but that's a $732,000 expense that the city is paying for. We're not getting subsidized by the schools. We have 37 intersections that are covered, and that program has really helped eliminate traffic collisions during the time the kids are getting out of school. That's a tough decision to make because we do want to keep the kids safe at the schools.
Do you have a number of how many?
I'm sorry?
Do you have a number of how many?
No, eliminating the whole.
The whole program?
$732,000 is what that program is costing us. There's I believe it's 37 intersections that they're covering.
So question for you, then, if we were to eliminate it, hypothetical, where would that leave the city as far as a liability? Again, the schools are in our city. Are we bound to cover that? Are we not bound? I mean, what laws are on the books? What municipal code, what ordinances do we have that indicate that we have to cover that cost? Or you can just send an invoice to LAUSD because they got money in their coffers.
I floated that idea when I met with LAUSD one time, and boy,
They weren't happy.
Crickets, you know, it's. I mean, I don't want to make any assumptions, but if the school district has a city paying it, why would they offer to pay it, right? I just want
to know what the legalities.
Yeah, I think that's a legal question, but it's, you know, it's just a safety. It's a safety plan that we've been able to help mitigate accidents. You know, do I think incidents will occur if they are eliminated? Yeah, I mean, I hope not, but you know, everyone has seen how people drive in the city. It'll be a tragedy if we have to eliminate it, but that's the reality of where we're at now.
You know, and I'm getting calls from people who want us to have more. And yeah, and it's insane to think that we're going to even consider that.
Yeah. I mean, and then you go back to the eliminating police officers. I mean, just the thought of eliminating police officers. I know we have to tighten our belt, but we've actually decreased police officers when everything is thrown on our plate: homelessness, riots, civil unrest, general calls for service. It just blows my mind how we've been able to keep crime at bay, considering what we're dealing with. And then the luxuries of National Night Out and Family Day in the Park. We spent $10,000 on tents for Family Day in the Park for the community to come out and have their nonprofits come out, and the schools get the benefit of raising money. It's a luxury we can't afford anymore. And then the support that we give the Azalea Festival, the Christmas Parade. You look at the street fair. We're spending a lot of money on overtime, and the city's subsidizing Tweedy Mile for that, to the tune of $45,000, $50,000 for 3 days of overtime. It's a lot of money. Next slide, please.
Well, maybe that's something that we need to have a conversation on, because I want to know, I mean, what they use the funds, I mean, they make on rides and everything. So I think it's a conversation that we need to continue. Because okay, we're subsidizing all this, you know, all this funding, but they're getting the benefit of having the police there. Right. But again, I mean, we're in a very tough situation right now.
Right, and I think that will be revisited because it's a contract thing, and this was the last year of the contract, perhaps. So
when is the contract due?
If I'm not mistaken, I think this was the last year that.
Oh, this was the last
Yeah,
year?
so it's the street fair, the car show, all those
Okay.
things. I think that ends this year. So those negotiations, those talking points should be brought up if there's ever a conversation about continuing it.
Okay.
So Chief, just to clarify, on here you're saying freeze positions, eliminate certain events. Can you give me a breakdown of what each one has costed the city?
I'm just giving you.
No, no, no.
a
This
few-
is
Oh,
this
absolutely.
is very
Yes.
general, but I
Yeah,
would like a detailed one because I think that brings perspective
Oh, yeah.
of really what the cost is.
Yeah,
That
and-
is this taxing.
And certainly, I think the most accurate cost is we'll combine all the costs because there's policing, there's Parks and Rec, and there's Public Works for all the traffic control. So there's a lot of support to make these great events work, but
Yes.
we can total those up in the
Yes,
future.
I mean, so if I'm looking at this family day at the park, 10,000 for tents. What if we asked, who's ever coming, bring your own tents? Because that's the 10,000. I mean, we could still have it. We just got to get creative so that it's not taxing on the city, but yet we're still offering those events.
Right.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. And that's it. And I apologize. It's just kind of high level look at the police department. I know that we consume most of the budget. We can definitely quantify the work and the money that's been spent. And I give so much credit to the police department for keeping crime where it's at and being able to do what they're doing.
And again, just to clarify, so we broke it into two pieces. So the proposed budget has the freezing of the two civilian investigator positions. We don't propose in this budget to do police officer or those other positions. That's proposed for next fiscal, just to confirm what's on your immediate plates versus the proposed future.
Yeah, but I'm.
Okay, Mayor and Council, this is for the Community Development Department. Next slide. So community development, we're responsible for the physical, economic, and environmental well-being of the city. And so we do things like guide the land use decisions or supporting housing stability, promoting neighborhood livability, and stimulating economic opportunity. We currently have 29 full-time equivalent staff persons in our department, and that's spread across 6 divisions. And so one of those divisions is code enforcement. And so code enforcement is responsible for enforcing our municipal code. So those are our rules that we put in place to improve our quality of life. So they have that responsibility for our department. Next slide is the planning division. So the planning division, manages land use, including our blueprints in the city, which include our general plan, our specific plan, and our zoning code. We review all the development applications in the city. We also review ADUs, business licenses, and then we lead updates to development standards. As housing division, the housing division administers the Section 8 program as well as emergency housing vouchers. A lot of that's important because it keeps people away from homelessness. We manage the community development block grants and the home program to support the development of new housing. And the housing division supports public service programs in the city. The next is the building and safety division. So they're responsible for enforcing local, state, and federal building codes. They review all the plans, do all the plan checks, issue the permits, and do all the inspections. They also administer the pre-sale residential inspection program. And then next we have the administration division. And so they are the staff that help keep the department together and support the department in all its functions, including overseeing department-wide personnel, our budget, and also our customer service functions. Moving on to the next slide. And lastly, the Economic Development Division. So our department is tasked with those responsibilities, and that would include business attraction, retention, and expansion throughout Southgate, and also managing relationships with economic development stakeholders. Next slide. So as far as accomplishments, there are quite a few. So the Southgate Housing Authority
Just
has
a quick typo on the planning effort to tie the WSAB. It's no longer a WSAB. It's the Southeast Gateway Line.
Oh, okay.
Please change that.
Okay.
Yeah, what's wrong with you?
We got nothing to do with Santa Ana.
As far as accomplishments, the Housing Authority has 351 families active in our Housing Choice Voucher Program and 19 active emergency housing voucher participants. There's been fair housing activities assisting 176 households with fair housing issues. Code enforcement closed 1,732 cases in the last fiscal year. The building division processed over 7,000 customer requests, which include plan checks, building permits, development, collecting development fees, doing inspections. And for planning, we've developed a full team with the planning division, and that includes hiring the planning manager, associate planner, but also the senior planner. Moving on to the proposed budget. So you can see where the proposed budget compares to the past in terms of what's coming out of our general fund and what's dedicated for personnel, which is about 3.5 million, and then 2.8 for supplies and services for a total of almost 6.4 million. Next slide. As far as supporting personnel, these are the different funds that support the department personnel. And so some of that's funded from the general fund, which is almost 3.6 billion. Some of those funds come from our housing Section 8 program. Some comes from the home program, the community development block grant program as well. Next slide.
I'm sorry, can you just touch on that a little bit? Because I think it would be beneficial for the residents to understand why personnel budget is spread out regarding all these programs.
Okay. Yeah, so the general fund supports, most of the functions in the community development department, but the housing division is supported by the funds that we get from either the state or the federal government. So our intention is always to have that support itself. And then the general fund would support things like the building division, planning, code enforcement. And here is the allocation of our budget as far as operations within the department. So some of that's supported by the general fund. Others is through our housing authority, the Section 8 program, the home program, the community development block grant program, our emergency housing vouchers. And then we have a grant which is called the West Santa Ana branch, Transit Oriented Development SIP. That's what it was called at the time. And so that's a planning effort that we're engaging with in the Holydale area. We also have funding for permanent local housing, the low mod income program, and then we also have our existing successor agency and the funding to support that. Next slide. As far as notable changes, and this would be cuts that would be required for the next fiscal year, would be freezing 3 full-time equivalent positions. The other is reducing professional organization memberships across the different divisions, reducing training for planning and code enforcement, and reducing code enforcement supplies. So those are difficult cuts to deal with, but that's in order to avoid, as little cuts to positions as possible. And the impact for that can be significant for service levels. So it would mean longer development and permit processing times. It could mean longer customer service wait and response times. And then overall reduction in the quality of customer service that we give to the public. So you're probably used to seeing a lot of people come to our department and waiting for services here at City Hall. And then last is just possible impact to employee retention. Next slide. So as far as the future cuts after this year, and if we had to do that, we would freeze vacancies for 5 full-time equivalent positions. It could include the layoff of 4 positions in the department, and then we'd also move to reduce training budgets further or continue to do that for planning and code enforcement. And so those would be bigger impacts to the department. And so, as I mentioned, that would affect our permit processing times, as well as development projects that come into the city. It would take longer to process those. Reduction in the quality of our customer service, as I mentioned. We'd have to reduce our code enforcement efforts in the city. And I know, that's been communicated. That's a high priority for the city. It would definitely impact employee retention, but also probably recruitment. And it would also limit our economic development initiatives in the city. So since our departments would be tasked with that, it's going to be difficult to be able to do that. And that brings in money to the city ultimately. And then last, that would be an overall impact to the quality of life of the residents of Southgate.
And I think, thank you for making that last point, because I think it's important to, I know that when we think of cuts in our departments, nobody likes them. But when we're thinking of, we have a revenue shortage and we need to find new revenue streams, and we're considering making cuts in the department that would probably help us do greatest in identifying those additional revenue streams, it becomes concerning to me. So thank you for pointing that out.
We've heard about code enforcement issues tonight. And one of the complaints that I've gotten, and I'm sure I'm not the only one, is that there are a lot of people that are concerned that we're not addressing violations by their neighbors. Somebody has a lawn that hasn't been maintained. Everybody else in the neighborhood is maintaining it. Can we get them to do it? And we have to send someone out there. Something simple. Have their Christmas lights up. Still in June and July. Either they haven't taken them down or they're just getting an early start for December. People parking their vehicles on the lawn. Unpermitted work on their property. People working, doing mechanic work at home, doing a business. And people are concerned that we're not addressing those issues, and yet there's commentary that we're trying to get revenue from the residents. And again, you mentioned the quality of life. The residents who want to have a neighborhood that's a neighborhood and not a, car lot, people selling cars out of their house, or mechanic work, or whatever it is, those things need to be addressed. They impact those people that want to live quietly, and these are ugly things that we're considering. Training, that's incredible. But I think it's good that people are going to listen to the ugliness out here and ask themselves, is this what we want? And I hope that's not the answer. Real quick, when people get visited by staff from code enforcement and there's violations that are addressed, you give them 30 days. What happens if they get it taken care of? Do they get cited anyway, or they're just told you have to fix it and that's it? Yeah, so you visit my house and you say, hey, you have this unpermitted work. You give me a citation. If do I get build right away, or do I tear it down and then you come back and you check it out and it's clear what happens?
Yeah, first you're usually noticed by code enforcement.
Just a notice and there's no cost. And if it's addressed, it's the end of it. Okay, thank you.
Well, hold on, Mayor. Yeah, it's a little late right now. Some of us have been working since 8 o'clock in the morning. I appreciate everybody but I hope this is the last one for tonight because, yeah, but it's not fair. Look, we dealt with the budget the last time real late, and it's unfair for the public too. I think a lot of, I think it's a little bit going overboard this late. It's not, we're not as focused. I mean, and this is important. This is to determine priorities. I mean, I think, I'm just asking for a little professional courtesy after this report, because it is late. I got a morning meeting at 7:30 and just asking for that.
Flip a coin.
Well, we tried to set other meetings, but unfortunately, the ability wasn't that wasn't there. So that's the reason why we're holding it right now. Because
I guess my thought would be we can have both our remaining folks speed things up, get through both. It would, I mean, otherwise maybe cutting now versus just leaving one there is kind of a weird stop.
Why continue? I mean,
well, it's up to the council to do whatever you want. But I'm just saying I would recommend we either quickly do two or not continue, but rather than just do one and leave one all by itself.
These decisions are very important, and I think that we got to give it its time, even if it requires a continuation.
Just to clarify, it's just to receive and file. We're not adopting anything tonight, just to clarify. Though I do agree, it is getting late. But I know that all of us have been here for a while, so hopefully we can get through it because we still have consent calendar.
Could each of you do like a 4 to 5 minute version?
You want the speed
like an auctioneer?
version?
do the speedy version. Go
Okay.
ahead, because we still have consent and warrants.
Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Steve.
If you're good.
Go ahead, Steve.
Go. Speed version. Go. Get all the politics, all the other stuff. You can just keep going through the slides. Deep. Parks and Rec, we're your favorites. We know it. We have 51 full-timers, 150 plus hourly staff. We have tons of personnel money because we're really this front-facing part of the whole city. Our other money that we bring in is mostly Prop A transit and things like that. Our biggest things is we provide parks and recreation in a safe, clean, and green environment. So you can just keep going through these as you go here. Speeds, you don't need to know what we do. All of you know, our community knows that we provide services for the youth all the way through the seniors, sports, aquatics, dance, and all that type of fun stuff. So you can look at the beautiful pictures because there's great kids and other things like that. And it is all for the kids. That's for Darren. We've had a lot of great accomplishments. Hollydale Community Park we opened this year. I'll just put that in there as one of our biggest in the whole thing. It's a great little park that we just opened. Rob already mentioned that we're going to open 2 more next year. So these are huge park additions to our city that have been upgraded or are new. We run taxi and other programs. Our biggest things, back up one slide. I'll hit one more slide back. Our 2 biggest things that we're going to do that are really going to impact and be front-facing to the public. Our cuts for next year are elimination of the whole Azalea Festival and all related activities. That would get rid of the car show, the Miss Southgate pageant, the art block, the carnival, the extra fireworks, the karate tournament. All of that would disappear if this budget is approved as it sits. We would close the swim stadium 1 day a week. We would close the golf course 2 days a week. No free use of the sports center during summer, which is what we've done for youth for many years. And then Rob already told you about our additional staffing, and we have one that we're just reclassing to get into the proper coordination. Next page, please. And those are our cuts if it becomes a 5-year. There are some big ones in here, and as Al mentioned, this is late night stuff, but there are some parts in here that really hit. we would cancel 4th of July. It would go away. Even though next year is the 250th anniversary of the country, 4th of July would disappear. We would also eliminate all of the second seasons in youth sports. This is a big one. JA baseball has 2 seasons, summer and fall. One of those would disappear. Basketball would disappear their second season. AOISO Spring Select, gone. Any football additions, gone. All of those things would be the front-facing ones that would really hit the public more than a lot of other things, you know? Those are going to be some of your things that you're really going to be looking at if we don't change to get more revenue into the city overall, and we have to make these 5-year or the $5 million cuts. So these are the bigger ones that go across here. And those are the major things that are happening in the parks. But we've done a lot of great things too. We've got a lot of great accomplishments across the board. So we'll leave it at that.
Question. We got a 10-year contract with UWS. They are contributing 120 a year. What are we doing with that money? Because some of that money could be used for some of these events.
Actually, we're saving a lot of programs with that money right now. Winter Wonderland comes out of that. Parts of Halloween come out of that. Easter Fest comes out of that.
So maybe we just need to reprioritize the events that can be covered with that money for the benefit of the entire.
Right. We've looked at some of that, and we are, but that is part of the overall process that we're going. But it's not going to save us from cutting. If we have to go down that $5 million road, that's not going to save us from that.
And council, I want to add to that. We're hearing a lot of cuts, especially in parks, related to programming. One of the things that I want to just make clear is people equal service. I mentioned that earlier. So it's people that run these programs, which is really the driver of why these programs, would go away. Is our largest cost factor is our personnel cost.
And I'll just add as well. So the proposal before you includes the first conversation, which at this point Steve proposed reluctantly, of reducing one special event being the Azalea Festival and the associated costs. That's a proposal. So council, all the items on the list of proposed is up to council's review, thought, and discussion. But the tough part is, as we're trying to, I think, look through this carefully, is there's limits to where we can just tighten the belt before it starts hitting home. And so that's the message here. We can have more discussion, but if we save something, a $40,000 save equals where's the 40,000 coming from instead? And that's the tough trade-off. So more discussion can be had, but this is a tough discussion for us. And with that, thank you, Steve, for being fast. Any other questions, we'll whip over to Arturo, if that's all right.
But again, these presentations are going to be on the website if anyone in YouTube would like to look at this presentation.
Save the best for last, right?
Yes, and Madam Mayor, I am going to move really fast too. I had a 4-hour presentation, so I'm going to cut that in half.
Oh, we'll see you tomorrow.
So you all know the mission of the Department of Public Works. We manage all of the city's infrastructure. We plan for it, design it, construct it, operate and maintain it. This is a slide of the various infrastructure assets that we have. And the only point that I wanted to make here is there's a lot of money that we need that we don't have to fix all of the issues in the city. Next slide, please. The Department of Public Works is broken up into 2 major divisions. You know these 2 divisions, so I think we can skip this to the next slide, please. These are some of the accomplishments from the Field Operations Division. You'll see we like to focus on 3 major areas. It's blight, safety, and maintenance. We've done a really great job with graffiti, and the minute it goes up, we take it down, but then it goes back up again. So it's just a vicious cycle. Important program for the city. Did a lot of work on trees. Our tree claims are down, and we're now working on sidewalks. We started our new grinding program. We're up to, what does that say, nearly 900 areas where we've grinded this year. We have somewhere in the $1 million range, so that is going to go up significantly. Next slide. These are here. I could have spent the full 4 hours talking about the accomplishments of the capital improvement program. I think the council did a phenomenal job investing on various infrastructure assets to improve safety, improve water quality, improve recreation. I mean, you name it, it's all around. These are only some of the projects, from completion of Hollandale Community Park to near completion of the Urban Orchard, which completes next month. We got major corridors like Long Beach and Garfield that were completed. Tweety Mile, our infamous Tweety Mile, I think that took 30 to 40 years to finally get that project of that magnitude completed. So lots of great improvements. Next slide. Here we've staff did a great job continuing to pursue grant funding and bringing some in. We've managed to bring in funding to fully fund ongoing projects, additional funding to fund water quality improvements. That's really unique in my entire career. I can't remember another time where we've brought in grant funding for water. It's just very rare. And then finally, we've got another grant to the tune of $2 million to complete projects that we've already started, like Long Beach Boulevard, where we didn't have enough money to do all the project, but now we've got more money to do more medians. Same thing with the Tweety Mile traffic signal synchronization. It's sort of off because not all of the traffic signals were synchronized. So a lot of money's come in for next year. Next slide, please. This slide is just an overview of the department budget. If I can just call your attention to three funding sources here. The first is we do use general fund. It's very limited compared to our over $100 million budget, including CIP carryover. There's another slide on general funds, so I'll cover that. I did want to mention the street lighting and landscaping again. There you see how that money and how that deficit comes into play. So we're at 3.4 million. We generate $2 million, and so there's some issues there in terms of impacting the general fund. And then largely, a large part of this project is funded by the water funds. You'll see that that's nearly $15 million. Next slide, please. So this is the general fund. We use general fund very cautiously, and we only use it for areas of the department that can't qualify for other funding sources. So these are activities like maintaining city parks, funding the staffing and the engineering division, who has a tall order in terms of managing the capital improvement program. We maintain facilities, is partially funds graffiti removal. So general fund is very important to us, and you'd imagine that is all that's available in terms of budget cuts. So significant programs get impacted. Next slide, please. So some of the notable changes, these are typical note changes. We've got contract increases that are beyond our control to the tune of $872,000, like street sweeping costs. Those go up every year by a CPI. We have some service enhancements. Some of these are beyond our control as well. We've added a parks maintenance staffer to handle our three renovated parks pretty soon. The full-time cross connection specialist, there's a state requirement there. We've got new medians that we have to landscape. So those are costs beyond our control. We're purchasing vehicles. Studies is something that we do every year. And then there's a bunch of other supplies, materials, and equipment and purchases that we need to operate next year. Next slide. So the balancing budget for the fiscal year 2025. So this is something that is a very difficult decision for me to make. As you know, the council, I think I've been here 10 years now, and I think it was 6 years ago when we started really cutting the budget. And I can remember one particular meeting, I think it was in 2020 or 2019, where solely dedicated to going over budget cuts line item by line item by line item, and 5 years later, a lot of opportunities to cut budget. Here, I'm proposing to freeze the deputy city engineer and one of the principal civil engineer positions. I'm basically cutting the management level off of the division, and accompanying that would be an actual full restructure of the engineering division. So this impacts some of our more precious accomplishments, our ability to deliver projects, right? So they delay projects, which then has a cost implication. You delay a $100 million program 1 year, add about 8% in cost increases. That's a big hit there. So this would be what we would be proposing, and then I'd take on some of these lead roles, which has a department-wide impact because it takes away from my time to be able to manage the department and other activities. Next slide. These are some of the most difficult cuts that I just couldn't come up with anything else to offer the city manager to cut. So I'm proposing cutting the graffiti abatement program back down to 4 days a week, right? Monday through Thursday instead of 7 days a week, which will reduce our 24-hour turnaround time. Tree maintenance, and the last time we cut budget, we went from a 3-year cycle to a 4-year cycle. We would now need to go to a 5-year cycle to cut another 200,000, which of course causes potential for claims. We would be proposing to remove the Tweedy, the decorative lights on the street trees on Tweedy Mile. That is costing us about $63,000 a year over the course of the time that we have to not only maintain them, but replace them. Earth Day events, we'd be reducing staffing. For example, we've got a streetlight system that needs a lot of help. We would be consolidating 2 electrician positions down to 1 with a little more experience, but that really impacts our ability to fix streetlights. We would defund. Well, we talked about trying to address leaks in our funds. I'm trying to address leaks in our roof system here at City Hall. We would defund the $800,000 in repairs here at City Hall, and I'd have to get a much larger bucket for our city attorney, who's unfortunately his office leaks, and so that bucket is no longer. Oh, and the mayor as well. Next slide.
The umbrella works.
Yes, next slide. You know, this change here is pretty significant as well for me. In essence, I'd be restructuring the entire engineering division, and I'd be replacing almost all upper management positions with entry-level positions. So getting rid of, principal civil engineer positions and hiring entry-level positions. We want to have the best teams. We have a very significant responsibility with tens and tens of $1 million to manage, and that's just going to become very difficult. But the impact of this entire restructuring is just that projects are going to move much slower. We may have to put some projects on hold. We may have to rethink whether we should go after more grant funds. We just can't manage everything here. In essence, I'm basically cutting the engineering division upper management team by more than half. So it's really significant. And then we're doing some reorganization to make better use of the water fund, which in essence transfers more engineering time to water operations, which further impacts our ability to do our day-to-day work. So you name it, customer service suffers, progress suffers, plan check turnaround times. That's just a really significant impact. The savings at 1.9 million seems generous, but really that, when you're delaying projects, you're probably spending more in project delays than what you're saving. Next slide. And thank you, Director Administrative Services, for going over the slide. We can skip it. Then these are some of the projects that you're already familiar with. These, as Director Administrative Services said, we're not proposing any new projects, and depending on what the outlook is, we may not propose any new projects for next fiscal year, even though I am planning to bring a 5-year CIP program before you. But these are some of the projects that you're familiar with, that are ongoing, that are still under design. Next slide. And these are some of the projects that will be under construction. If I can just highlight 2D Mile Complete Streets Phase 2. We'd like to start construction next year, as well as our interchange project on Firestone. We've now started the residential resurfacing project. And then to your right and down at the bottom, you see the municipal parks will be completing Circle Park renovation and the urban orchard. And then just up at facilities that were big red letters defunded would mean if we can get more money for our program, then our roofs will continue to leak, not only here, but in other facilities. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Wow. I think that's the fastest you did a presentation ever. Any questions?
No, I just want to make a comment if I can, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
So in a time when our residents are looking at us and saying, we want more, we want new this, we want new that, we're going to look at them and say, we can't. And I think those are some very tough conversations to have. So that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mayor. It's interesting. I think a lot has been said tonight. The various great reporting. I mean, the what I'm looking at is the first year of cuts. This coming year, I think because the next year it gets a lot more difficult. I think kind of looking at all as one kind of because I think it's not about one department. It's across the board really, and kind of looking at that a little more closely. If we could get it for the next time, just I know it's data's here already. It's just a matter of putting so we could see it, start looking at that, because I think we have to because all these departments are important, and I guess a lot of times we want to prioritize one department or other, but yeah, it's tough decisions ahead of us. I mean, yeah.
If it's all right with council, I appreciate those comments and certainly I'll be available plus our department directors for any follow-up. Typically as part of this process, there can be some one-on-one deep dives or even briefings, 2-2-1s, where we could consolidate like long periods of time to go over line by line, which can be much easier. Each person might have their own interest levels and we can customize things before we come back to the public to report out. Just further on this, we've heard this hard work that everyone's put into these tough decisions, obviously tough decisions for you and for the community. But in addition to all this, we've talked quickly about the revenue, the expenditure increases on those kind of things we can't control and other items which we could control. And then there's that revenue question. And it was brought up a couple times from various aspects about, say, utility users tax or other options to increase the revenue side. So in the, just to give a high level thought of a couple slides over, Udit, the utility users tax is something that our city does not charge and other cities do. And so at a high level, we've summarized the revenue received by our surrounding communities, and they have, in many cases, the same services, the same costs, and they're trying to do that with significantly more revenue. And so when this has got a lot of data on it, it's including property tax share, which if you see Southgate at the bottom, we're the lowest in the entire region from what we get. And then you look at the next, the first green column on the left, that's the utility users tax revenue that our surrounding cities are getting. And other than Montebello, you'll see that Southgate is the only other city with zero revenue. You'll see some cities, even second row to or third column, they have pension taxes to offset these UAL costs. We don't have that. So we can get into more detail, but the proposal would be, if the council would be interested, to have a revenue workshop next Tuesday to drill into more questions that you would have, and it would be a public workshop, and we could get into revenue options, any more discussion on a lot of this information, and then, make sure there's been a lot of time, if the one-on-ones are needed further, so that we could make our way towards thinking through what would be your choice for approving a budget on June 24th. So the proposal would be a workshop on June 17th.
Let me again, the number that really stands out is the per capita, where Southgate is at 36.57. The next closest one is Bellflower at 48.27. Look at the other ones. Right. And this is, again, the misinformation that's out there that we're the highest taxes is just ridiculously being put out there to misinform people. And these are facts. These are not made up things. These are facts. And we need to make sure that people in the community know exactly what we're dealing with. I got an email, I hope he doesn't mind me mentioning, from Mario Dominguez, where he was talking about the budget from Downey and all the great things that they do. And in the sentence, he mentioned the 8 point some odd million dollars that they were getting, or they mentioned during on the utility users tax. But again, when you see those numbers, that's phenomenal. I mean, that's crazy. And one of the cities that doesn't have it, what city is that? Is it Montebello? Doesn't have a utility users tax, but yet look at their per capita. They're getting money elsewhere. It's still pretty high. So again, I wanted to make sure that my colleagues see that, because this is something we've been talking about for the longest time. Thank you.
Okay, thank,
I
Councilwoman?
just need a clarification. So
ahead.
are we meeting on Monday and Tuesday, or we're not?
Just,
At this point for the public meeting, we have June 17th, Tuesday down. And then June 24th for the adoption of the budget. So
But we'll have opportunities for the one-on-ones and during these next few days if we need to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect, thank you.
Motion to receive and file.
hold on, because I still need to open it to the audience, because I
Oh,
haven't
yeah.
opened to the
Oh,
audience. Go ahead,
My
Mr.
bad, I
Dominguez.
apologize.
Yeah, this is a punch to the gut right here. So my question to Mr. Frausto is, what is Southgate's general fund reserves? Downey's is at 34 million. If you have that number, I'd like to know what our general fund reserve is. And the thing I want to say to the council members, you did the presentations. Please don't scrap the fireworks at the Azalea. This is my first time ever seeing them this year, and I was knocked out by the job that Mr. Costi did. I've never seen fireworks in person like that. I've always seen them from like a great distance, but to have that proximity and to have these things come down right. Honestly, I thought they were going to blow up right in front of my face, but it was just glorious. So please don't scrap that, and don't scrap the lights on the trees, despite what Sylvia Missishigi said in her statement during the Tree Mile Advisory Board. Ours are crap. I don't want to lose our tree lights, so if you could please find a way to keep that. So, I got to say, council members, so not only are we living in a rip-off city run by a bunch of rip-off artists, not only are we living in a scumbag city run by a bunch of scumbag city hall officials, it turns out we're living in a broke-ass city. And council members, you really are despicable. You took $6 million from the general fund. Mr. Frausto said it was 4. I don't know if it was. I thought it was 6, but I don't know if it was 4. So you took that money from the general fund, and it was supposed to go towards the renovation of the courthouse, and you used it to cover your ass. I mean, that project tanked so fast. That's a record for the great Puto Cervantes here. I mean, I've never seen a project crash and burn as hard as that. I mean, he accomplished nothing with it. He didn't even get the plans and designs done with that. I mean, that's just so sad and tragic that you couldn't make any progress with that abandoned building that you have right out there. So the thing I want to say is, in terms of, I like to throw out like ideas and solutions. The only thing I can suggest is reduce the amount of projects that were undertaken. When Jeffers was here back in, 2023, Mr. Cervantes stated that he was at 70. And I said to Jeffers, even if he had said 50, I would say that's way too high a number to have 50 projects in the works. So reduce the number of projects. And then, what saddened me was Osuna's position, the deputy city engineer, and that's gone. And I don't know how you run a city without a deputy city engineer, but that would be only the one. And then the other one is contracting out some of these positions and to lock in staff into a set salary so that you're not having to constantly pay these pay increases. Please stop doing that, because you're just painting us into a corner with these annual percentage increases in salary. That's all I have.
All right, I don't see anyone else. Emails, do we have any emails, City Clerk?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I have 3 emails. The first one is from Maria Chavez, expressing concern that the budget process feels rushed, allowing little time for discussion. She highlights ongoing issues such as the lack of safety, parking shortages, abandoned Tweedy Mile, and deteriorating streets. She requested that the city manager and staff provide a clear plan on how the city will address these challenges and improve infrastructure rather than simply increasing the taxes like the utility users tax. She emphasized that the residents deserve transparency and accountability, and questioned their approach is influenced by the city's deficit. I also received one from January Bonilla. She's a Southgate resident, a city employee, and SEIU PMMA board member. She shared her perspective on the upcoming budget cycle, urging the council not to shift the city's financial burdens onto workers. She noted that many departments are struggling with vacancies, leading employees to take on responsibilities of multiple roles. For example, at one point, only 2 electricians were available to maintain over 4,000 streetlights, 92 traffic signals, and city facilities, highlighting the strain on essential staff. She emphasized the rising operational costs, deferred maintenance, and challenges in recruitment, and retention have created added pressure. She also addressed growing public misconceptions on social media, urging better communication about real costs of city services. And finally, she mentioned the council that city employees are more than budget figures. They are residents, neighbors, and taxpayers. She asked council to make balanced decisions that protect long-term sustainability without overburdening staff who are already going above and beyond. I received one last one from Edgar Pelayo, who is a Southgate resident for over 30 years. He expressed concern about the city's ongoing decline and current budget deficit. He stated that the city has seen better days and that the current challenges have developed under the present leadership. Mr. Pelayo called for a serious restructuring of city operations and emphasized the need for council, city manager, and staff to make difficult decisions. He urged action to either increase revenue, cut costs, or both to help the city recover and move forward with a more stable future. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And, this is where we need to make tough decisions. I mean, I know we're not approving the budget tonight, but we need to go through all the presentations, ask questions, and it's going to be tough. I'm not saying it's going to be easy. It's going to be tough. And we need to make wise decisions and what's in the better for for our community. We have seen all the cuts that could happen, so let's look through the budget and see what we could do, because we definitely need to do something. We just cannot just close our eyes and do nothing. We need to do something. Thank you to all the staff, for directors, for your presentations. And I know that we'll be back on the 17th. And hopefully, we get residents to come out and listen to the presentations. I think that will be a plus. So with that, I'm going to get a motion to receive and file.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, do we need roll call? Mr. City Attorney? No? Okay.
I'm sorry, who first?
Barron.
Barron.
Barron and
Thank you.
Hurtado. Okay.
Mayor, I just want to thank Luis, because this is the first time he did a presentation. It was outstanding. This is very comprehensive, very thorough, and appreciate it. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I just want to also echo thank you to all of the staff that's still here and that,
Yeah.
we were able to get through it. You said you've only been here 4 weeks, but I'm sure you have a lot of years of experience, Luis, right? Just check.
Yes, but
So,
4 weeks in,
4 weeks.
13 shifts in.
And don't forget the crack trio of accountants that are
Yes.
hiding in the back, and John Downs is back up as well.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Takes,
John
takes a village,
Downs
and all the
all
staff that support our
3 of them,
directors
yes.
on the budget. It's taken a heroic effort to get to the level of detail and accuracy for
Absolutely.
this budget, and I feel that everyone should be congratulated, and everyone's patience to listen to it. It's a big set of decisions.
Thank you, and thank you for your leadership, City Manager. So with that, we're going to go back to consent calendar.
Agenda items 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are consent calendar items.
Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I'll make a motion. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Dominguez. Open it to the audience.
Yeah, I want to hit on one, the Zimmerman Engineering, the contract for engineering staff augmentation services. Okay, so this is it, council members. This is the direction that you need to be going with the staffing. I mean, this is a smart move here. You know, you're short on engineers, so the smart move is to contract that out. And this is the approach you should be taking with other public works positions and parks and recreation positions. And to tie this in with the budget, so I guess Chicken Shit Buckley was right. You know, he said we were at 4 million. We were heading towards 4. Now it turns out 8. So I guess that's, you know, what you call inflation, huh? You know, the inflation, you know, doubled it to 8. And as Mr. Frausto said, costs are out of our, you know, the city's control. So that there you go. That's where the money went from 4 to 8. Yeah, I got to hand it to Chicken Shit Buckley. He got it right. You know, he said we're heading down the toilet, and he hit a fucking bullseye. That's all.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, do we have any emails on consent?
We have none.
Okay, all right, council, I'll make a motion to approve 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and we have a second by Rios. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado,
I will be recusing myself from items 3 and 4. They are in reference to work done within 500 feet of my property, but I'll say yes to the others, 1, 2, and 5.
thank you. Councilmember Rios,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Barron,
Yes.
Mayor Davila.
Yes. Okay.
Motion passed.
We'll
Madam
go-
Mayor, I would just like to address Public Works, something that totally slipped my mind. When you were talking in the budget, you were talking about the medians, am I correct?
Yes.
Can we make sure that they're maintained? Because a lot of the medians on Long Beach Boulevard have a lot of weeds, and we just completed that project.
Yeah.
Same thing on Firestone and on Imperial Highway.
Yeah, we do have an item that is coming before you pretty soon.
Okay.
Right now, we don't have a maintenance contractor for Long Beach Boulevard or for Garfield. That when we awarded the contract, those weren't in place. But as a first order of business, we're going to have the Long Beach Conservation Corps go through and clean them up. And there is going to be a contract amendment that you're going to be requested to approve, so that we can get our weekly maintenance on those medians. And for Long Beach Boulevard, part of that is going to be replanting many of those medians where all the plants have died. So we're trying to get here as quickly as possible to get that work done.
Okay, and I'll be talking to you about some of the pothole issues.
Understood.
Thank you.
Go ahead, City Treasurer.
Along the same lines, for Tweedy Boulevard, the landscaping, a lot of the plants were trampled and look dead now after the fair. So not sure whose responsibility it is to replace those, but if it is those that organize the fair to replace, or if there's any warranty on those plants, right? But
yeah,
just you know, to the maintenance of that is important to upkeep, you know, what we just invested in.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that.
Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that up. Okay, so with that, City Auditor.
If I can read it into the record.
Yes, please.
The City Council will consider approving the warrant register for June 10th, 2025. The grand total is $1,902,911.67. Cancellations are 107,111, 107,142, 107,163, 107,174, 897, and 108088. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'd like to go ahead and open up to any member here in the audience. Don't say I didn't ask. Okay, bringing it back to City Clerk. Any emails for the warrant registers?
No
No,
emails.
bringing it back to staff, to council. What are your wishes?
Second.
Yeah, first and second, go ahead. Roll call.
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado,
Yes.
Councilmember Rios, Vice Mayor Barron,
Yes.
Mayor Davila.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, so with that, we'll go.
Madam Mayor, if we can
Yes.
adjourn. I don't even know how to say this, but just adjourn, wishing our immigrant community the best of luck, those who have been detained and those that are in our community, to please stay safe. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. And at this, we are adjourned. Everyone, have a good morning if it's already. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.